so much. Screen resolution is going to be a little awkward because what I've got to do is essentially double. I gotta stretch the screen size so that one thing works. Oh yeah, no, this is going to be a whole 8 hours if I actually can go straight. I will do this. Alright. So I think this is the only window that I have currently pinned, which is good. Doesn't matter. Hold on. This. One second, I'm doing like a really shitty trick right now. There we go, that works. And I think everything is good. Alright. Literally only needs 8 hours.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with Vera simulators.
Back in the 90s, Janet Reno, who was Attorney General for
the United States.
President Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet Reno.
There was an attack on the compound?
Yeah. Well, she was very anti-video game, as was Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And, you know, your dad, everybody. So she gave a speech where she said that they should have video games that dealt with regular jobs, prepare people for the workplace. So her idea for video games was that the video games would be educational. Now by educational, what Janet Reno means is making you a proletariat, getting you as a worker. And she said instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and submarines and hedgehogs, they would get you ready for a real job. So she stated this, and I was listening with Eddie Gorodetsky, who writes on situation comedies. He writes on 2.5 Men, and he writes on, Mom is his show. He created that show, and we're on Letterman and Semi-Live, and also was writing with us on this video game called Smoke and Mirrors. And Eddie said that we both heard the Janet Reno speech together. We were laughing about how stupid it was. And Eddie said, well, let's do what she wants us to do. So Eddie created, said the idea, Desert Bus, and then we brainstormed on it. And the idea was for Janet Reno, we would give you a chance to actually learn what it would be like to drive a bus 360 miles from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. 45 miles per hour maximum speed. It takes 8 hours to drive it if you do it right. And there's a little bit of a pull to the right. It's not glamorous, it's not pretty, it's not exciting. It's real. We put this out, and I think
Okay, that should have been enough. Let me turn down the audio a bit. Maybe this will be better.
and you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So, mind-numbingly real. I should also point out that you can open and close the door to the bus, but no one's in any of the bus stops. You can't get on. No one gets on. No one gets off. You just drive the bus. So Randy Pitchford at Gearbox. Well, first of all, Desert Bus never came out.
It was created but never distributed?
Still loud?
I think the company
Okay.
that
Is it possible that
Is this any better?
there's a known entity being
Oh,
recreated
this
for
is
this
weird.
project?
well, let me tell you.
Any better? OBS can be finicky when it's like that. That's better? Okay, cool.
It came out, and it got very popular in its bootleg form. People had leaked, and they started putting it on different platforms. And this group of Canadians started a thing called Desert Bus for Hope. And they raised money for Child's Play, which
It's a charity.
charity that buys video games for children in hospitals for a long time. And they started driving Desert Bus for charity for 50 hours at a time, just racking up those points.
I wonder if this pauses it.
And we would send them pizzas and stuff. Randy Pitchford heard about that and wanted to put out
No, it's
Desert Bus 2.0 VR version. He wanted full VR.
Oh yeah, no, like, you can actually join in technically if you download the game on your PC.
They're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the first thing you'll hear on your radio. And they bought the bus.
That's exciting.
And they scanned it. And if you are...
That actually might be the minute marker now that I look at it.
You've been going, what, 5, 10 minutes? You've got pretty much 8 hours still to go. Radio is not going to get that good a reception. Eddie also had other ideas that we turned down for his...
Part of these tarot simulators?
Yeah, personally. He wanted to do toll collector.
Mm-hmm.
You an 8-hour shift as a toll collector. Portrait sitter, which I thought was a really good one. You sit, have your portrait drawn, and bird watcher, which I rejected bird watcher.
The worst part is you gotta wait
Way too
for
interesting.
this entire path to come back.
Money bird watching, you know.
Yeah.
So 360 miles, you probably got now the speed you're going. You probably got 355 miles to go. You'll be driving a little bit. And we got it really, really accurate.
Do you think you will accomplish
I know, right?
Janet Reno's suggestion?
Well, the question is, someone who does Desert Bus, would they then be prepared to drive a Desert Bus? No. Much like when you play any of these games she doesn't like, you're not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun, or you're hitting buttons. That's not the way
Okay, looks like
guns
we're good.
run. You know, guns...
I think it's restarting the radio too.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Jillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with Vera simulators?
Yeah. Back in the 90s, Janet Reno, who was
Attorney
General for
the United States.
President Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet Reno.
There was
There you
an
go.
attack on the compound?
Yeah. Well, she was very anti-video game, as was Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Arnold Schwarzenegger and, your dad, everybody. So she gave a speech where she said that they should have video games that dealt with regular jobs.
I mean, at least we got the audio right now.
So her idea for video games was that the video games would be educational. Now, by educational, what Janet Reno means is making you a proletariat, getting you as a worker. And she said instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and submarines and hedgehogs, they would get you ready for a real job. So she stated this, and I was listening with.
Yeah, so that's the mile marker. So actually, the mile marker is down there.
He writes on situation comedy.
Odometer is what I think what it's called.
He writes on, I guess.
So the odometer is down there,
Show he created
and then the blue thing on top is our timer.
on Letterman and Saturday Night Live, and also was writing with us on this video game called Smoke and Mirrors. And Eddie said that we both heard the Janet Reno speech together. We were laughing about how stupid it was. And Eddie said, well, let's do what she wants us to do. So Eddie said the idea desert bus. And then we brainstormed on it. And the idea was for Janet Reno, we would give you a chance to actually learn what it would be like to drive a bus 360 miles from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. 45 miles per hour maximum speed. It takes 8 hours to drive it if you do it right. And there's a little bit of a pull to the right. It's not glamorous, it's not pretty, it's not exciting. It's real. And we put this out.
Real.
And I think a bug hits the windshield at one point, like 4 hours in.
So we gotta watch out for that, I guess.
And it pulls to the right. And if you go off the road, it just overheats, and then you get towed back in real time. And you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So mind-numbingly real. I should also point out that you can open and close the door of the bus, but no one's in any of the bus stops. You can't get on. No one gets on. No one gets off. You just drive the bus. So Randy Pitchford at Gearbox. Well, first of all, Desert Bus never came out.
It was created but never distributed?
That's right, never came out. I think the company that put out Desert Bus, there was a market correction and they went out of business.
So how is it possible that it is a known entity being recreated for this project?
Well, let me tell you. The reason is that it was bootlegged. It came out and it got very popular in this bootleg.
The talk show is interesting, actually.
And they started
So I think most of it is then just talking about the development, but then I know,
Canadians.
I remember our first time doing it,
Called Desert Bus for Home.
there was an origami
they
expert
raised money for
as well.
Child's Play, which
It's a charity.
charity to buy subsidized video games for children in hospitals for a long time. And they started driving Desert Bus for charity for 50 hours at a time, just racking up those points. They got like 5, 6, 7 points, amazing numbers. And we would send them pizzas and stuff. And Randy Pitcher had heard about that and wanted to put out Desert Bus 2.0, VR version. He wanted full VR. So we
Hey, look,
the bus.
what we're doing.
As a matter of fact, if you're listening to this, they're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the first thing you'll hear on your radio. And they bought the bus.
That's exciting.
And they scanned it. And if you are listening to this on the bus now, you've been going, what, 5, 10 minutes?
About 5 minutes, yeah.
8 hours still to go. Radio is not going to get that good a reception. Eddie also had other ideas that we turned down for his...
Part of these terror simulators?
Yeah, personally. He wanted to do toll collector. We do an 8-hour shift as a toll collector. Portrait sitter, which I thought was a really good one. You sit, have your portrait drawn.
See, Toll Collector would get a lot of people playing it. I'm gonna be honest.
Which I rejected Birdwatcher as being way...
There are a ton of people who play like those checkpoint simulators, like all those ones.
You know.
No.
So 360 miles, you probably got now, the speed you're going, you probably got 355 miles to go. You'll be driving a little bit. And we got it really, really accurate.
Do you think you will...
Could you imagine if Truck Simulator was this kind of times?
Suggestion.
Well, the question is, someone who does Desert Bus, would they then be prepared to drive a Desert Bus? No.
I wish I had a foot pedal for this.
Playing in these games she doesn't like, you're not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun, or you're hitting buttons. That's not the way guns run. You know how guns run?
I've never fired a weapon.
You have to load them and stuff. So you don't know how to do any of the stuff you see in a video game. You don't really know how to do it. I don't know. Do you think if someone does a simulator on an airplane, that if you're flying in a commercial airliner and the pilot goes unconscious, you can take over? I think there's a Flight of the Phoenix is a movie where they're trying to get out of the place and they built an airplane.
I do actually have VTOL VR, which seems to have a pretty good plane simulation.
I think that's the big punchline.
I mean, I know War Thunder is well War Thunder, so there's that if I ever want some proper simulation, I guess. But VTOL VR seemed fun. I haven't really played it since I bought it, though. I mean, I tested it out, but that was about it.
Luggage capacity on this bus?
Well, we have a bus.
Right.
Randy scanned the bus.
So that you'd be able to open the bottom compartment?
I don't think you can. I think you just sit in the seat. But Randy bought a bus, and they scanned the bus in. So this one should be very accurate. See, Randy wanted to call the Desert Bus 2.0. And I wanted to call it Desert Bus 1.002. Because I wanted there to be a lot of room for big improvements. But Randy says that this is, I haven't done it yet when we're recording this, but Randy says it'll be great. So this is what Janet Reno wants out of a video game.
How successful does the game have to be for Gearbox for us to anticipate Toll Collector or Portrait Sitter?
I don't know.
This game's completely free, by the way. That's the funnier part. I mean, of course, it's a charity game, too. I'm surprised they didn't put like a small price tag on some charity.
For charity. I don't think we're selling this. It's going to be, most people that are hearing this now will be playing for charity. I just want you to know, is the charity worth how long you're going to sit here? It'll be a really, really long time. Did you ever play Desert Bus?
I've only watched others play.
Yeah. For 8 hours?
I don't think I made the duration of a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, 8 hours in a bus. the right.
What is the longest you've played it?
Like a minute and a half. I wouldn't get to this part.
I would get to this part.
Maybe 2.
What is the longest you've driven any kind of vehicle?
I've driven across the country a few times. I went with Eddie Gorodetsky, as a matter of fact. We drove a U-Haul trailer from Los Angeles to New York. We drove the whole way. At the time, Eddie Gorodetsky didn't have a license, so I drove the whole way, and he was just sitting there. And we wrote a script during that time called I Came from Space. And we wrote it while we were driving, and we turned it into the production company that had commissioned it. And we got a great comment on it.
This is 100% going to come up later. This is
I
foreshadowing.
think I could have understood this less if it were written in another language. Actually said that. There's some damage done from driving for hours and hours and hours and hours. And this is damage that, if you're listening to this, you'll be doing to yourself. At some point, I think a bug will hit the windshield. I don't want to get you too excited, but I think it's going to happen somewhere along the line.
And is that based on a true event?
The bug?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bugs hit the windshields. They do. They do. Bugs hit the windshields. Or, I don't know, maybe the windshield hits the bug. I guess that's true, isn't it?
At the speed we're going, I think, yeah, we hit the bug, right?
I see that the windshield, the bug, compared to the bus, is almost stationary, right?
Have any animal rights groups contacted you or Gearbox upset with the treatment of bugs in the game?
Probably, yeah.
It's a virtual bug. We all think we scanned an actual bug. I don't think a bug was hurt. I don't know. But if they have a problem with it, we can take the bug out of the desert bus.
Seems like a lot of thought was put into the bus and the dimensions of the bus and being the bus accurate, but not so much so with the bug that hits the windshield.
Yeah, actually, I just said the word bug. I didn't even think about what kind of bug. I just said bug.
Well, that it should be accurate to a desert.
We'll find out what kind of bug 4 hours then,
your
yes.
windshield in the desert.
It should be, shouldn't it, really? Although now, with all these, we've moved species all around the world. There's all these species that aren't endemic. I mean, maybe if the bug looks like it is not a bug that's endemic to the natural environment, then you could just maybe think that bus came over, the bug came over on a, hitchhiking on a...
So if I'm correct, this is my actual left eye, by the way.
Maybe it's not going to be able to reproduce, or maybe it will reproduce like that. What's that weed that kind of took over California?
I'm not aware.
Okay, the cane toads in Australia, you know about that?
No.
How about those mollusks that took over the river in New York?
I'm not aware.
I know we've got
lot
a
of
few
times
invasive
bug-
species.
A species.
Where we're at.
Clam is not a bug. Or a frog is not a bug, but sometimes a
Invasive species are everywhere, to be
I
completely
believe,
honest.
the rats that we have in New York are Norwegian rats originally. Now they live here. And I believe that the cockroaches that we have here, there's American cockroaches and there's the Madagascar hissing roaches sold as a patent to take it out into the south. I wanted to get some stick insects from my tank at home. Do you know what stick insects are?
I've seen them, yeah.
They're big. I mean, for insects.
Not typically kept as a pet.
They are kept as pets. Pretty often in the UK. There was a show they had in the UK. This is true. Called That's My Stick Insect.
Oh wait, did the
Not a show, it wasn't the whole show.
something fell over there?
And they got 3 people who were...
There used to be like a, what is it,
Stick insects in
a dolly that was standing out in the back there, and it looks like it fell over.
cages. And if the people could identify their stick insect, they were to win a lot of money. have stick insects in my home here in Vegas. I loved them. They're about, the length of a hot dog, and they look like a stick, but they're really an insect. And they like to eat eucalyptus leaves. But I wanted to get some for the town.
I am actually plugged in, so it's not like my headset's gonna die.
Stick insects.
I've got a fast charger along with a really powerful cable plugged in, so
The double O
it
is
should be
the
fine.
kill. The license to own a stick insect is a different number. It's not like 007 owns stick insects. Maybe like 342 license to own stick insect. I just made up that number. But it's not a stick insect, but they're afraid if the stick insects get out into the wild that we might have more stick insects than we want. I'm a guy that wants stick insects, but there's still probably a limit of a number.
We are taking a break from my interview with Penn Jillette to invite you to become a sponsor. So please support the station any way you can. If you enjoy interviews like the one we're hearing now, please consider being a sponsor for our programming, either online or over the telephone. And now more with Penn Jillette, author and magician.
And also one of the creators of Desert Boss, although it was Eddie Gordetsky's original idea. And Eddie, I talked to Eddie, and he said he had a lot of credits, but he certainly wanted the credit on Desert Bus. Here's the thing that I find interesting about Desert Bus is we've been talking maybe 15 minutes.
16.
There's really nothing else to say that I can think of. And there's probably another 7 hours and 45 minutes of driving the bus.
Should drivers of the automobile be concerned about...
It's not an automobile, it's a bus.
No, thank you.
It's a bus. It's called Desert Bus.
Yes.
They're really rubbing in the fact that there's like another 7 hours of this,
Drivers
you know.
of the desert bus.
It's a bus. It's a bus.
Be concerned about their petroleum levels.
I think we go on one tank all the way. I think it's one tank. I don't think we put that in, although maybe, this highfalutin Desert Bus, who knows what they might have built in. But I think, if you're talking about 360 miles, seems like a bus could do 360 on one tank of gas. Then you maybe refuel, we can go back the other way. I don't know.
What about there's no bio break or anything for the driver?
No. It's, the rest areas are like 200 miles apart. I think you have to find someone else to take the joystick in with you when you're relieving yourself. You can hold the joystick, hold a little bit to the left so it doesn't pull to the right. But mostly it's just meant to be as tedious as real life.
The thing is, in real life, you actually just go off the side, really.
You start out in Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas.
Yeah.
Then you go from Vegas to Tucson. Then you get to Tucson, you go back to Vegas. Well, it's not really back to Vegas because you started out in Tucson.
I wonder if they actually script this, or it's just they have a timer going and then just talk.
Start at Tucson.
Yeah, I think we're at Tucson.
Go to Vegas. Get to Vegas, go to Tucson. And we're supposed to. We're hoping...
I'm just kind of genuinely curious if that's what they were doing with this.
To scan, to actually drive from Tucson to Vegas in a non-simulator, but a real desert bus. And then for the highest score people on this game, we'll all get together, like 50 of us, and drive in the desert bus, really, to Vegas, and then see the Penatella show.
That would be exciting.
Really exciting. Vegas. That would just be Tucson to Vegas.
Right.
Wouldn't do Vegas to Tucson after.
You were done.
No, just Tucson to Vegas.
What if I'm on the bus and I parked in Tucson? and I went to Vegas. My car is now still in Tucson.
Maybe there's another app we can learn called Rideshare. You can virtually drive from Las Vegas in like a Lyft or an Uber or something back to Tucson.
My actual car is in Tucson.
The virtual car would be, the actual car is in Tucson. We'd have to drive, maybe you'd have to get a real ride share back. Or maybe a bus. Because this is a route that a real bus would drive. Or maybe, what kind of car do you have?
It's a Toyota Corolla.
What year?
Hola. Damn.
2011.
What kind of mileage you got on that?
I'm approaching 80,000.
I mean the miles.
That's a fairly underused Toyota Corolla, to be completely fair.
HiGhWaY?
For 2011?
Regular.
Well, the Tucson.
At the time of this recording, you'd probably be like,
Mostly,
what,
You can get it.
7?
Really?
Or,
You ever drive one of those?
I think it's a 6-year-old car, because this game came out in like 2017, so that'd be like a 6-year-old car with 80,000.
Certainly more.
Yeah, more by a lot.
Who are the Penn and Teller of Tucson?
Just about a teller.
Right. But if I drive back to Tucson, I also want to see a show.
I'd maybe see a movie. I don't think they have
But I just realized that my mic is across the room, that's probably why I sound so fucking quiet.
But if you
Are y'all able to hear the radio?
It's Penn and Teller. Weird. You know,
No.
yeah. I think they've heard of us in Tucson.
I don't know what movie I'd see if I went to Tucson.
Well, it'd be a different movie. I mean, meaning now? I've heard Guardians of the Galaxy 2. My children liked it. That's James Gunn. It's a good movie. I'd see that.
That's
Oh, the
raccoon.
Tiger Galaxy now.
The James Baldwin movie. That's what I would see if it's still in theaters. There's a movie by James Baldwin. It's good. I would think it's good. I haven't seen it. I don't really see movies that much anymore.
Because of all the work you've been putting into Desert Bus?
I haven't done very much work at all. Matter of fact, most of the work I've done on Desert Bus, you've been here for in the room. That's what's kind of weird about it, because I'm talking about it here and I don't know much about it really, but there you go. Anyway, that's Desert Bus.
I want to thank you very much for coming on our program.
Thanks for having me.
Please, any other projects you have coming up, we'd love to have you back.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
Thanks a lot.
I never saw you off Broadway, but I bought a program off of eBay. And I like the program a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Why? No. Right. Okay, so that channel's over. I think it's more Donnie coming. Don't keep the gas going.
And for that, prepositions are just running wild here. It must be my alphabet soup. 175 for breadsticks on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Kids always eat free. John, double the dump truck down. That's Frosty's Crusts. Available now. I did see a couple of dump trucks over there. Lawn space is pretty safe right now. Safe lawn space and oh, looks like we're in on Twitter here. Getting a quick sauce here from
Twitter.
That's Kelly Beachworth from St. Minnesota. Yeah, it's a little known town with no rotaries, curiously. Kelly tweets, "Hey folks, why don't you talk about class for a minute? The lower class, the middle class, and the higher class have different words for the rotary." Looks like she cut off there because it's a tweet that's only on this week here. Right, it does. I do recall that what's happening under. Now, John, can I pose a question to you there? It sounds like you may be conflating two neologisms related to various people's activities. We do post. Well, we don't. Someone does. There she is, Jen. I can see her. Public relations manager. We just call her hype girl. So, but Donna in Minnesota once she was talking about the class and rotary. It looks like there's been a retweet by the infamous Rotary heir to the Rotary family.
Heir to the Rotary family.
Charles Rotary. Charles Rotary himself. The station keeping track of all of your travails of love, John. Charles Rotary, actually, he's on the phone line. Charles? Yeah, thanks, John. Are you with me here? Question is if you're with us. Yeah, might be on a walkie-talkie. Is that John? John's with me now. Yes, we're on live coverage. What do you... Oh, quick interruption. Breaking news. We just had a wide right. Goodbye, Charles. He's like in a Suzu. Just stay on the line, Charles.
216 already.
So as
30
my
minutes
friend
in.
Megan, my Facebook friend, that is. Yes, it's your publicity page. We understand. Just go ahead. Just ignore him. The upper class call a rotary. It's just part of his stick. He's just reading copy. I swear. He's not here to ruin your marriage again. Charles? Do we still have Charles? Do we still have him? Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. Please proceed. Thank you. To review, the upper class call a rotary. Is he still there? Charles, read the copy. I'm sure I can do that myself. The upper class. Listen, I can't do this.
It's a quiet station, that one. Yeah, that was too much doing.
Please hang up and try again. For him, please dial your operator. This is a recording. Yeah, it is.
This is definitely just a couple of guys in a room.
Please hang up and try again. If you need help, dial your operator. This is a recording. Charles? We have Charles on email. Charles says, the upper class call it a rotary. Let's call it that one. Why? It wasn't live enough. The middle class call it a roundabout.
Garfield!
Yeah, I brought him too. What are you doing? I'm pulling the beans down the drain. I'm a big fan. Listen, I can't get his autograph, can I? Oh, brother. Bubblegum helps. Bubblegum helps us get the peanuts down the drain. Keep away from children. Available in all these areas. Standard text message rates apply.
Wild.
Footwear prohibited. Oh, sorry. Footwear prohibited. I do not fit into these underwear. We do have someone coming from the wide right zone.
10 out of 10. Should have gotten a Pioneer freshener for this. Make it a true experience.
Not too little. Isn't there something in you that just kind of makes you, that just kind of wants to see that car steer into that one? No. Precisely. Okay. This is a recording.
This is supposed to be sea channies. Fair enough. What? What in the hell? These guys are wild.
Nice. I brought my good little friend old Bill to see if we could see on a windowsill. He said that was too many syllables, so I crapped on his head and I ate some fireworks. I got indigestion. And Bill was my seahorse's name. He had an alligator friend named Phil, and Bill was quite thrilled. They climbed the mountain, they crept on top. I said, stop, stop, you can both stop, stop.
First time I think I've actually heard this one, I think.
And Bill was my seahorse name. I brought the goldfish to my pants. They had thought they were made of nets. Oh, that is the flatbed that, no, it's not. Is it? That was the machine. No, they were dump trucks. Alright, we're straight. Figuratively. Bill, my friend, back. A dump truck came and he brought some bread. I thought that I could smear it on my head. I brought my guitar and it was in tune, so we decided to watch a loon in tune. That one is the dump truck.
No, I will be 100% honest. ZDC. I think I've got like
Someone looked that up on the internet. Oh, yeah.
90-ish reels so far. I'm probably gonna just save through all of the next like 2.2 and 2.3. Or no, 2.2 is what it is. So 2.2 I'll probably save through. And then I'm working on my lighter. Because I do actually have an Apple lighter. But then I've also got so 1 million stuff probably isn't happening. I don't think. At least not anytime soon. Not a Sable who's been playing 7 days with us. Showed me that Internox network website. So I've been using that to roll discs. Apparently my Sakaku has a God disc on her. I was actually kind of surprised by that. Apparently my Sakaku is actually really good right now. I think my main problem is that my discs currently suck. I saw something about the next disc set coming out and it being a basic attack buff, and I think I'm gonna slap that on Billy over the crit ones that I heard, the crit rate ones that I have. Because he does most of his damage in basics. I'm gonna have to double check how Anton is worded. Because I don't know if Burst State counts as EX. Because if it does, then he can't run it. But if it doesn't, it's really tempting to put that on him as well. Over, I'm thinking over his Thunder. I think that's what I have it for. I'm not sure if it's better to keep Thundering or to switch out for, I think, for damage on him? I forget. Scratch pitch. I mean, they did warn up the radio signal, it's pretty bad. Honestly, I feel bad for the fact that I'm not rolling for Orpy or Seed or Trigger, even. Or whatever the other one is. I am saving everything from Monaco. Honestly, I should start saving my battery again, if I'm completely honest. Depending, I might not do Backpack Hero whenever I listed it. I think I listed it Thursday. I might switch it out in Minecraft because I actually do want to get back into it. It's just so close to Twilight Forest. That or tomorrow, actually. I might swap out Z for that because I think I've done most of I think all that's left for Z to do actually is farm out a couple of achievements, basically. Well, I guess there is that Vampire Survivor arcade game in there that I'm gonna play. There's actually quite a few things that I need to unlock from that for holochromes. Yeah, for like DA in particular, I need to get a lot better of discs. That's currently my main struggle is DA. I can do most of Shiyu. I did not get an S on that Shiyu 6 that I posted about earlier. What did I get? I think I only got a B on that one. But I swear to God, that freaking Enforcer kept running away from me, so it wasted so much time. 100% was fine. I mean, damage was an issue. I was expecting him to get peaky, but Bro just kept running away from me on either team, and it's like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I can't even hit.
Someone outside of that circle understands it. Second group, they're supposed to know the third one. Outside it doesn't understand. The metalhead and the person outside that sees it.
I did actually manage to get 4-star though for once. I think it was my first 4-star deadly assault, if not my second. But my discs are awful right now.
Terrible thing. The same way that the creatures were always got to look at that. Because there are
That I'm not the best at dodge countering. I'm actually going to probably purposely avoid Astra though. From now on. I do have a funny team I'm planning on making up. Bernice, Vivian, Nicole. Because you can stack their ults. So if you Nicole ult into a Bernice ult, you can throw out Vivian ult, and just massacre a board. So I really can't wait. Because I think I need to build my Vivian now. It's the next one I need to build. After later, of course.
9 2 6 5 3 5 8 9 7 9 3 2 3 8 4.
What's this by?
6 2 6 4 3 3 8 3 2 7 9 5 0 2 8 8 4 1 9 7 1 6 9 3 9 9 3 7
This would be
5
something big while we start
105
talking about.
8209 749 445 9230 78 164 06 28 620 8 9 9 8 6 2 8 0 3 4 8 2 5 3 4 2 1 1 7 0 6 7 9 8 2 1 4 8 0 8 6 5 1 3 2 8 2 3 0 6 6 4 7
That's good. This is already
0 9
buying.
3 8 4 4 6 0 9 5 5 0 5 8 2 2 3 1 7 2 5 3 5 9 4 0 8 1 2 8 4 8 1 1 1 7 4 5 0 2 8 4 1 0 2 7 0 1 9 3 8 5 2 1 1 0 5 5 5 9 6 4 4 6 2 2 9 4 8 9 5 4 9 3 0 3 8 1 9 6 4 4 2 8 8 1 0 9 7 5 6 6 5 9 3 3 4 4 6 1 2 8 4 7 5 6 4 8 2 3 3 7 8 6 7
What kind of odometer is that?
3 1 6
Now that I think about it, that's definitely wrong.
2
Yeah.
7 1 2 0 1 9 0 9 1 1 4 5 6 4 8 5 6 6 9 2 3 4 6 0 3 4 8 6 1 0 4 5 4 3 2 6 6 4 8 2 1 3 3 9 3 6 0 7 2 249. 14127
What do they mean?
372 4587 0066 0631 5588 17488 15209 628 29254 09171536 436 7892 59036001133054882046652
It's like the whole so far calculated pie.
6951941 511 609 433057270365575
Rose really into it though.
959 195 30921 8611 7389193
Okay, so there's no way that's miles.
26117 93105 118548074 623 799 627 495 673 518
We're gonna be authentic experiences with this radio here, by the way.
527 2489 122 793 8183
That's the real talk. Who in the world would be citing pi on a live radio?
94912 98336 733 6244 065 664 308 601 excuse me 664 308 6021 3949 46 395 22473
Dinosaur Motors Corporation, Tustin, Arizona.
021798609 4370277 53921717623
I think that's our parking brake, right?
76
Technically.
7528 467 4818 46766 940 513 200 056 8127 1452 635 608277 8577
How we doing? Oh, shit.
1342757
Full hour in now.
17363 717 872 84409 01224
Get ready, we're going the whole 8 hours.
534 30146 549 58537 079
Somebody would sleep on it.
7968 925892354 201 9956 11212 90219 60864 0344 18159 81362 977 477 13099 6051 8707 2113499 9999 83729 78049951059731731732816096318 9502 445945553 469083026425223 0825 3344685035 26193118817 101 000 3137 838 75 288
What are the random signs out here? It's like,
7533208 3814 206 17 177 669
I'm pretty sure nobody would be looking at them that time because it's such a boring ass road.
04 287 554
So you doubt that anybody would be out here for fun.
7311 595 6
But they're usually in there at this point.
63 882 35 378
Like a lovely 45 miles an hour. How much is that in kilometers a minute now?
577 805 3217
Didn't actually give me kilometers per hour. They didn't give me miles per hour.
066 13001 927 8766 111959092 164 201989838 0952572201
Off the road. You
065485863327
don't be watching me drive and be like, oh, this guy's throwing the right.
615
No, sir, I'm only let one hand wheel and my truck, or my bus pulled off to the right.
827968 23030 19520 353 1 8 5 2 9 6 8 9 9 5 7 7 3 6 2 2 5 9 9 4 1 3 8 9 1 2 4 9 7 2 1 7 7 5 2 8 3 4 7 9 1 3 1 5 1 5 5 7 4 8 5 7 2 4 2 4 5 4
Yeah.
1 5 0 6 9 5 9 5 0 8 2 9 5 3 3 1 1 6 8 6 1 7 2 7 8 5 5 8 8 9 0 7 5 0 9 8 3 8 1 7 5 4 6 3 7 4 6 4 9 3 9 3 1 9 2 5 5 0 6 0 4 0 0 9 2 7 7 0 1 6 7 1 1 3 9 0 0 9 8 4 8 8 2 4 0 1 2 8 5 8 3 6 1 6 0 3 5 6 3 7 0 7 6 6 0 1 4 4 7 1 0 1 8 1 9 4 2 9 5 5 5 9 6
I just
1
had a
9
bit of
8
an auto
9
lock for it.
4 6 7 6 7 8 3 7
So I could
4
rest my
4
fingers, but hey.
9 4 4 8 2 5 5 3
I'll
9
deal
7
with it.
7 4 7 2 6 8 4 7 1 04047 53464. 62080466 84259 06949 12933 13677 0289 89 152104 475216205 6966 02405 03815 0193 5112533 824300 3558.
Yeah, for Warframe, probably be doing, I think it's Demio installation modes or something like that. Whatever the infinite one is, it gives you one on there.
732 639 141 1992.
We'll be,
726
doing that one in particular, I think, because I want to try and get Chroma mainly,
7967
but I also kind of want to get Temper,
253
because I never tried Temper before, and I've seen some more things happen with Temper, and I'm pretty sure I have the Temper here.
199245863150302861829745517 067 49838505 945 885 86926 995699092 721 079 75093
Oh, I'm gonna search the menu right now.
02955 165344987 202 75596
Oh, it's back up.
648
The hell? Do we get like ghosts back there or something?
5449911911988 18347 9775 356
Yeah, the dolly fixed itself. What the hell?
3698074 2654
So I pointed out that it was down on its side earlier.
278 62551 818 47
So I'm trying to adjust my headset.
excuse me, 41757 467 289 09 7777 27938 0008 164706006 excuse me 0016 145249192173217 21477
Okay, cool. It's around my head.
2350141441975 6 86 54 816 136 11573 5255 213 34757 4184 94684
Alright, now we're in.
32 excuse me 2332 3907 39414 333 4547 76241686251
Man, already the spam detected. Wow.
48
My guy, going great out. I wonder how many plots will I have built up by the end of this, to be honest. That'd be fun.
502 542568876717949 4601653466804988627 232791786 08578438 796-797-668-14541009538 8837-8636 09506800064
The clouds get a little darker.
205-205-11739-298-489 608-412-886-269-45604
I can't tell that.
219-65285-0222-106618 63067-4427-86-2203-9194 945-047-1237-137 8696-095-63643 7197-287-4677-7646 575-396-2413-895-813390478-027-8025
Okay. I'm so surprised that that dolly got back up. So it doesn't look like it's affected by, like, say, that certain thing. I can't tell if the radio is trying to play something or it's just not going to signal right now. Alright. Shit. What's the bar? Craft along, Tuscan or bus. Oh, I think craft along is one of the craft along is one of the programs I believe, because I think they do origami at some point, right? I got a duck up there. So hey, we can have a vacuum. I'm pretty sure that vacation sign is just the exit. Now, technically, we could open the door with the bus owner, but we don't need to. You know what's one annoying thing? So I know I posted about it on Twitter, but so I get a haircut. Right? I chop Bailey. It goes from like hair. It's got like a decent. I've got some decently long hair before I shave it off, right? And I swear, every barber in town will give me the weirdest ass look. Anytime I go to get a cut, because they're like, "Are you sure you want a buzz cut?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sure." Because I hate long hair, and the only reason why it's long is because I'm lazy to come in every other month or whatnot. Right? And like, they'll give me the weirdest look of my life for suggesting just chopping off my entire head base. Well, not my entire head, but it's like 3 inches, 4 inches of hair that comes off, right? Like, it does grow really long until I actually bother. Like, I maybe only really get cut like once or twice a year, maybe. Whenever I feel like it's getting a little too long. And it's like, I just take buzzers to it now. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, half the barbers in town would look at the cut that I give myself and just fucking wince. I mean, I'm sure there's worse, don't get me wrong, right? But it is what it is. Surprised the radio hasn't come back yet. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the right. Okay, so the radio was on. It's just it's not playing right now. It's no signal. Ish. Where's this air conditioning? It's supposed to be hooked up to. We got a fan in here, but I don't see where it's hooked up. good position to rest my hand, really. Come on. So, I mean, if you knew you had this slave pull, you could definitely hold the wheel on a certain angle, right? Alright, guys, got another 7 hours each to go. We're back to another station. Alright, what we have playing this time?
Relations Office Communication Plan 2016-2017. Executive Summary. The district served more than 4,000 students in early childhood through grade 12, with over 700 staff members at 8 school sites and an alternative center. The Communication Office seeks to support the district's mission to educate all students by improving communication and building relationships within the community. The objective of all communication strategies is to meet the district's goals.
That was a weird text, by the way.
Since November 2015, the district has been dealing with increased scrutiny and declining public confidence due to major issues with budgets and administration. The challenges of maintaining public confidence and communicating effectively with all segments of the community affect not only the school district, but also the community itself. Focus. The communication.
Oh wait, clubs have changed. Hold on.
Focus its resources on leveraging cost-effective social media strategies, fostering partnerships with community stakeholders and businesses, using local media where appropriate and feasible, expanding in-house video and content production.
Wait, this isn't actually a fixed skybox. Hold on.
Capacity at district schools in order to ultimately have a positive impact.
I thought this was for a minute, but it's actually not.
And perception of the district.
The skybox is moving.
Comprehensive plan detailed here will be used as a basis for the office's accountability, as well as providing a framework for resource and budgetary allocation. This plan is a working document that allows the communication office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future. Communication and public relations mission to build public understanding and support for the district. District mission. The mission of the district is to educate all students to become productive citizens of a dynamic global community. District vision. The district is a model teaching and learning community that graduates productive and caring citizens who are prepared to succeed.
This is some freaking monologue of like an evil corporation.
District goals. Academic achievement. Every child is supported and nurtured with a systemic process.
Is this Dr. Doom?
Full potential. Parent and community engagement.
Am I listening to like some Lot Mania?
Schools
Big broadcast here.
and community function as a team to support a learning community. Safe and orderly schools.
Oh, hey, another one of those
Learning
parents.
environment that is conducive to high-performing schools. Accountability. Employ effective and efficient accountability systems that evaluate the academic, operation, and fiscal performance of the school district. This comprehensive communication plan aligns with the district's goals.
Parents don't communication plan. How does it work?
Academic achievement. By recognizing student and school successes, encouraging them through various recognitions, and allowing the community to celebrate the achievements of district students and schools. Meaningful public engagement encourages community involvement in education that benefits children and increases student achievement. Goal 2, parent and community engagement. By fostering greater connection between the schools and various stakeholders in the community. Goal 3, safe and orderly schools. By disseminating important information to staff, students, parents, and community about the expectations, policies, protocols,
This has gotta be
and
like
procedures
some
for all those involved in our schools and
real random ass.
also by making important safety and emergency information available to all students, staff, parents as quickly and accurately as possible. Goal 4, accountability. By making accountability information available through a variety of outlets and helping the district to respond to all legal informational requests in a timely manner in accordance with relevant state and federal law. Desired behaviors and attitudes. Internal audiences. Take pride and ownership in the district and keep informed on key issues. Show mutual trust and understanding and value.
This definitely sounds like something that'd be on like CTV or something like CBC.
Work as a high-performing organization that respects, values, customer feedback.
Something I listen to at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
Values.
Resting for like an extra 30 minutes. Listen to like world news on the morning radio.
Exhibit community pride and trust in our schools and the school district. feel involved and engaged in the district. Choose to enroll in the district because of quality educational and extracurricular opportunities. Support the district. Internal audiences include students, parents, teachers, principals, support staff, employees, administration, and the Board of Education. External audiences include taxpayers, senior citizens, retirees, business leaders, media, civic leaders, legislators, religious leaders, neighborhood groups, new residents, prospective families. Communication channels: print, newsletters and flyers, electronic, websites, district and schools, phone notification system, email,
Phone notification system like what? Text messages?
blog, and videos.
Bro, I hate those kinds of systems.
Local media outlets: print, 2 newspapers, television, radio, 2 multi-station networks, plus many independent and syndicated stations. Code of ethics:
Hey?
the district is a member of the National School Public Relations Association and its state affiliate, and is guided by the hallmark of professionalism established by the organization's Code of Ethics. 1.
This would definitely be like one of the first skills I hear at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
Through the truth, accuracy, good taste, and fairness. Follow good judgment in releasing information. Not intentionally disseminate misinformation or confidential data. Avoid confidential data. Avoid actions that lessen personal, professional, or organizational reputation. 2. Give primary
This game was
loyalty
released
to
nowadays,
employee
that
organization,
misinformation comment.
insisting on the right to give advisory counsel in accordance with sound public relations ideas and practices. Cooperate with other groups while avoiding conflicts with primary responsibilities. Object to untenable policies or activities. 3. Be aware of personal influence. Avoid promises or granting of unprofessional advantage to others. Refrain from accepting special consideration for influences on organizational decisions. Avoid unauthorized use of organizational facilities, resources, or professional services for personal gain or for promotion of the candidacy of aspirants to elected office. Forego derogatory acts or utterances against other professionals. 4. Recognize that effectiveness is dependent upon integrity and regard for ideals of the
Man, I feel bad for the retired, like the don't accept for everyone, because like in some cases it's like they could technically be seen as a bribe. It's like
borrowed from
I
others.
literally
Cooperate with professional colleagues to uphold and enforce.
like you could deal with the same person every day.
This
And like they're like, oh yeah, you
document
want like
that allows the communication office
X item, that is
necessary
just
changes
it's just like a
in the circumstances and
spur of the moment comment, right? And it's like, oh no, that's a bribe, you can't take that.
products and services. The following areas of focus can be considered products and services provided by the Communication Office. They are the basis of the work of the office to achieve the desired behaviors and attitudes of our internal and external publics. Community relations. Encourage encourage public support and understanding of the district. Objectives: increase opportunities for public input and response for two-way communication. Increase opportunities to share district information with the community. Increase opportunities for community members to interact with the Board of Trustees. Expand the use of technology and other forms of media. Strategies: establish external key communicators network. Community forums and dialogue sessions.
On for a while.
Promote school board meetings through increased information sources. Ensure district representation for community programs and organizations. Promote district knowledge and support of the
Think
district
of most of this
foundation.
still relative swings when you're in
Maintain
VR.
effective communication.
I can actually like
Traditional
sort of take off my
and
headset.
non-traditional approaches. Work with alumni programs and retired educators to further the initiatives of the district, including advocacy of the district's mission, goals, and programs
Anything
for
outside of this?
alumni to support student achievement. Crisis communication. Mitigate negative impacts in the community and encourage fair, objective media coverage. Objectives: counsel school principals and staff in managing.
I actually don't know how you join this.
Provide timely, accurate information to
Like
internal
you
and
join or
external
end games
audiences.
in progress or not.
Work closely with the media to provide accurate, timely information.
But there is a non-VR mode of this.
Evaluate
that you
and
can
revise
watch.
crisis management plan. Crisis management and
Do you want me to
communications
sneak you
training.
back the bus at all?
On-site support in emergencies when possible. Immediate and ongoing counsel to principals, key staff, and district leadership in crisis issues and events that have the potential to become a crisis. Crisis communication plans specific to major incidents to include goals and key messages. Create written materials including talking points, fact sheets, and letters for schools to use in emergencies. District spokesperson with the media. Media relations.
Media relations don't talk
Help
to
the district better communicate with target audiences. Objectives: increase the number of positive stories provided to the media. Expand professional relationships with members of the local media. Increase use of social media networks to augment media efforts. Serve as district's primary liaison with the news media, including spokesperson at the direction of the superintendent. Strategies: press releases, briefings, photo ops, and
I'm so glad you
conferences.
crossed this yellow line without a problem because Jesus
Use
Christ.
sources of information to augment or replace traditional media news releases. Relationship building and one-on-one story development. District fact sheets on district initiatives. Letters to the editor and guest editorials, opinion pieces. Coordinate key messages through existing district channels. Communication training. Enable employees to understand their role of serving as ambassador to the community. Objectives: increase opportunities for employees to receive communications training.
I wonder if they're just reading off of like
Increase
your
the number of
boss
employees who are
like,
trained in communications.
communication network
Provide
thingy or
opportunities for
whatnot.
board members to receive communications training. Strategies: public engagement, effective communication strategies, communication planning, school skills
Or if they like
workshops,
grab some
PR
real
for principals, media relations, crisis
school like
communications,
communications plan thing.
board
Better reading all that, that'd be hilarious.
This plan is a working document that allows the communication office to make necessary changes based on circumstances and vision for the future of what the district needs.
Okay, right, that's pretty.
Public, family, and employee engagement. Empower employees and families to take ownership in their school and the district, and foster collaborative relationship. Objectives: increase opportunities for staff and community members to become involved in meaningful public engagement with schools, the district, and school boards.
Imagine they just literally stole this off some like real
Increase
school somewhere.
parents, and employees' awareness of their role
That'd be
as
hilarious,
customers and
actually.
ambassadors of the district. Expand distribution of information to students and employees. Recognition of students, employees, internally and externally, for their accomplishments. Refine the Employee of the Month program to add value for staff. Assess employee morale and trust in the district. Increase employees' awareness of their role as ambassadors for the district. Community forums and dialogue sessions. Strategies. Legislative forums. Presentations. Special event appearances. Recognition programs.
Yeah, it's totally.
Civic service organizations, memberships and attendance, strategic partnerships, publications, distribution of electronic newsletters based on Monday memo for all employees to receive timely
So
information,
where you can like bombs there.
assist schools and departments with internal communication plans and actions,
Can refine them.
web communications, provide the opportunity to reach a broad public with an immediate message that can be targeted directly.
There was indeed a
to their
tumbleweed.
interest.
Hour 30 in.
Two components link the district's web communication from
It's like 4 hours if we get a bug, right?
Publics. District website and social media. Social media to include Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest.
Interest mentioned. What the hell?
Objectives: reach more stakeholders and audiences through electronic communication.
Somebody hilarious
Increase
had
awareness
Pinterest
of
mentioned actually.
information that will build community involvement. Place growing emphasis on electronic two-way communication. Apply standards for district and school sites for posting and updating. Adhere to standards of quality for content, design, and management. Increase exposure of various social media channels. Strategies.
Not a low air.
Improve current district and social media school websites to better engage audiences. Investigate opportunities for expanding and or improving electronic
Oh, clothes
communication,
changed again.
such as blogs for other social media opportunities.
Or, well, I guess the clouds moved.
Review processes for
Hey, they're
schools
moving.
and principals to post consistently. Connect all district social media in a way that promotes awareness across all platforms. This plan is a working document that allows the communication office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future.
And I love some of the random content they have in this. Yes, me too next.
Welcome, and thank you for listening to great tales of misinterpretations of other people's lives. On today's show, we have a detailed account of one woman's precious time with her grandson. That's one of our producers on the show to read along with me. This particular tale includes dialogue from a strange secondary unknown source. As usual, we'll attempt to recount the story as accurately as possible. But, as seasoned listeners will tell you, we may not get it 100% correct. As always, listener feedback is appreciated. Please address all correspondence to mail at The Great Tales of .org. Oh, and did I mention that this is a second-hand tale? The source material was obtained after speaking with the listener of the original regaling. Now, let us begin the reading. My grandma is a pretty big fan of yours. Did you go say hi to her? Oh, man. It's the Vault Hunter. You are awesome. Didn't you fight
Claptrap?
Terramorphous? I fought a big creature like that once. He was a big whale squid with 100 tentacles. You
What
ever
is this
fought
fucking
anything
Borderlands
with
script?
tentacles? Oh, of course you have. Terramorphous had tentacles. How silly of me. Now, where was I? I am so sorry. Oh, right. The whale.
It's Gearbox Studio. It could very
His
well
name
be
was
fucking
Blowhole the Apocalypse. I called him the Apocalypse for short, and he attacked my hometown of Tsunami's Edge when I was but a little girl. You ever been to Tsunami's Edge? Great town, nice beaches, great food, and the cost of living is just so low. Even being a single grandmother and working part-time at a skag meat processing factory, I was still able to provide for little Mr. Torg. We may not have been able to afford the finer things in life.
As soon as I heard Ball Hunter, this immediately brought up Borderlands, right?
After all, Mr. Torg and I didn't have anything but one another after that horrible gas leak blew up the Iridian line, killing my son and his lovely wife. From that day onward, my little Mr. Torg vowed to conquer explosions themselves in an effort to avenge his fallen parents and, oh man, I've forgotten what I was talking about. Where was, oh right, Blowhole the Apocalypse. So anyway, I was wrestling Blowhole to the ground, and I had my bicep curled around his blueberry throat. Blueberry? Sorry. I meant to say blubbery. I've got blueberries on the brain, I guess. I grow them in my backyard. Mr. Torg helped me plant them. Thanks again for that, grandson. I love you, Grandma. Anyway, I have my bicep around his blubbery throat, and Mr. Torg starts crying because he really likes whale squids, and he doesn't want to see me hurt one. They are the princes of the ocean. So I let the whale go after giving it a punch in the eyeball, so he'll remember me. And it swam away into the ocean. I then had Mr. Torg drive me to the ice cream parlor. He got me Rocky Road, because Rocky Road's my favorite. I'm extremely partial to the way marshmallows act like little landmines of flavor amidst the battleground of chocolate. What's your favorite?
Oh, fuck off.
Is it pistachio?
We were driving for an hour 40.
Oh, that reminds me.
I don't know what happened there. You didn't let go.
Today,
I was going perfectly fine for a while.
the amazing. He's a magician who's
Fuck.
Crazy Earl, and he's got that weird mustache, you know. But I saw him make a rat hive disappear, a whole rat.
1 second.
I said to Mr. Torg,
I don't relaunch the game. Perfect. Hour 40 and then frickin' stupid thing.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with various simulators.
Back
I don't know why I let go there.
Janet Reno, who was
That or pull it, like it pulled it all the way that way, which is so annoying.
Attorney General for
The United States.
President
We're driving for an hour 40.
Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet Reno.
There was an attack on the compound?
Yeah. Well, she was
And then it threw me off the road.
video game, as was Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yep. No, it's an 8-hour drive.
You know, your dad, everybody.
I've blown 2 hours already.
A speech where she said that they should have.
If I make it to the 6-hour mark, I might try and go the whole time. If not, I might end off around the 4-hour mark.
So her idea for video games was that the video games would be education. Now by education, what Janet
Let's thanks for the follow.
is
There.
proletariat, getting you as a worker. And she said instead of,
Yeah, it's gonna be.
we have like tanks and planes and race cars.
If I can hit the 8-hour mark or 6-hour mark, I think I'll keep going. But if I can't, I'm not gonna bother.
Get you ready for a real job. So she stated this, and I was listening with.
But at that point, I would have been crying for 10 hours too.
Who writes on situation comedies? He writes on 2.5 Men, and he writes on, well, I guess Mom is his show. He created that show, and we're on Letterman and Sunday Night Live, and also was writing with us on this video game called Smoke and Mirrors.
This is a lot harder to do in VR than you might think.
And we both heard the Janet Reno speech together. We were laughing.
Because
about
one,
it.
you've got to deal with the headset being on your head for that long.
Do what she wants us to do. So
And then the other half is just
idea,
if your controller screws up, your controller screws up.
and then we brainstormed on it. And the idea was for Janet Reno, we would give you a chance to actually learn what it would be like to drive a bus 360 miles from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. 45
Welcome to
miles
the radio,
per
by the
hour,
way.
maximum speed. It takes 8 hours to drive it if you do it right.
Oh, that's funny.
There's a little
Shit.
bit of a pull to the right. It's not glamorous, it's not pretty, it's not exciting. It's real.
Okay, so then all I get is stood
And
up
we
and
put
started.
this out,
Okay.
and I think a bug hits the windshield at one point, like 4 hours in. You just drive. And it pulls.
I don't believe so.
And if you go off the road, it just overtakes.
You have to manually grab it and pray your controller can screw up.
And you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So, mind-numbingly real. I should also point out that you can open and close the door to the bus.
The mind-numbingly real is
Everything
real by
stops,
the
you can't get on, no one gets on, no one gets off. You just drive the bus. So Randy Pitchford at Gearbox. Well, first of all, Desert Bus never came out.
It was created but never distributed?
That's right, never came out. I think the company that put out Desert Bus, there was a market correction and they went out of business.
So how is it possible that it is a known entity being recreated for this project?
Well, let me tell you. Reason is that
This would be my like 4th or 5th time hearing this intro, by the way. This intro lasts for about like 20 minutes.
People had leaked and they started putting it on different platforms.
Radio seems like a bad podcast.
Canadian
That's essentially what it is.
started a thing called Desert Bus for Home.
This is just them talking about the game for like the first 20 minutes.
Money for child's play.
And then I think there's somebody starts counting out the digits pi at some point.
Games for children in hospitals.
I've seen origami, or I've heard of
They started
origami
driving
before.
Desert Bus for charity.
So there is some origami in here.
50 hours at a time. Just
Uh,
points. They got like 5, 6.
We had some people singing weirdly.
And
What else do we have so far?
Randy Pitchford heard
99% sure something
on Desert Bus
was Borderlands.
VR version. He wanted full VR, so he bought the bus. As a matter of fact, if you're listening to this, they're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the
Oh,
first
shit.
thing you'll hear on your radio. And they bought the bus.
That's exciting.
And they
I'm watching the dolly. I know the dolly falls over at some
And
point.
if you are listening to this on the bus now, you've been going, what, 5, 10 minutes? You've got pretty much 8 hours still to go. Radio is not going to get that good a reception. Eddie also had other ideas that we turned down for his,
Part of these Terra simulators?
personally. He wanted to do toll collector.
Mm-hmm.
You an 8-hour shift as a toll collector. Portrait sitter, which I thought was a really good one. You
The
sit-
toll collector idea would have sold.
have your portrait drawn. And bird watcher, which I
Fair
rejected
enough.
bird watcher as being way too interesting.
It's gonna be like another 2 hours before I get back to where I was.
No.
So 360 miles, you probably got now, the speed you're going, you probably got 355 miles to go. You'll be driving a little bit. And we got it really accurate.
Do you think you will accomplish Janet Reno's suggestion?
Well, the question is, someone who does Desert Bus, would they then be prepared to drive a Desert Bus? No. Much like when you play any of these games she doesn't like, you're not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun, or you're hitting buttons. That's not the way guns run. You know how guns run?
I have never fired a weapon.
You have to load them and stuff. So you don't know how to do any of the stuff you see in a video game. You don't really know how to do it. I don't know. Do you think if someone does a simulator on an airplane, that if you're flying in a commercial airliner and the pilot goes unconscious, you can take over? I think there's a Flight of the Phoenix is a movie where they're trying to get out of the place and they built an airplane, and turns out the guy who builds the airplane only built model airplanes before. I think that's the big punchline.
I'm not familiar with the work.
Why would you be? I don't think it was a very successful movie. They remade it though. It wasn't successful there. I think Hugh Laurie was in the remake.
Is there
I didn't see it.
any thought given to the luggage capacity on this bus?
Well, we have the bus.
Right.
Randy scanned the bus.
So that you'd be able to open the bottom compartment?
I don't think you can. I think you just sit in the seat. But Randy bought a bus, and they scanned the bus in. So this one should be very accurate. See, Randy wanted to call the Desert Bus 2.0.
I don't think it's specifically accurate, but
Because I wanted
accurate enough.
room for big improvements. But Randy says that I haven't done it yet when we're recording this, but Randy says it'll be great. So this is what Janet Reno wants out of a video game.
How successful does the game have to be for Gearbox?
2017 game, by the way. So technically, they have very installed. They still call Twitter.
Seems like it have to be pretty successful. By the way, this version is set up to only be for charity. I don't think we're selling this. It's going to be, most people that are hearing this now will be playing for charity. I just want you to know, is the charity worth how long I'm going to sit here? It'll be a really, really long time. Did you ever play Desert Bus?
I've only watched others play.
Yeah. For 8 hours?
I don't think I made the duration of a trip.
Yeah, 8 hours in a bus, driving, pulls to the right.
What is the longest you've played it?
Like a minute and a half. I wouldn't get to this part. Minute and a half, maybe 2.
What is the longest you've driven any kind of vehicle?
I've driven across the country.
This would be so much better if my foot actually happened to foot pedal on that.
Benny Gorodetsky, as a matter of fact, we drove a U-Haul trailer from Los Angeles to
With like a steering wheel, I would love that.
New
But
York. We drove the whole way. At the time, Gorodetsky didn't have a license, so I drove the whole way, and he was just sitting there. And we wrote a script during that time called "I Came from Space." And we wrote it while we were driving, and we turned it into the production company that had commissioned it. And we got a great comment on it. The producer said to us, I don't think I could have understood this less if it were written in another language.
oh, it did rotate.
There's some damage done from driving.
Dolly is moving.
Hours and hours, and this is damage that if you listen to this, you'll be doing to yourself. At some point, I think a bug will hit the windshield. I don't want to get you too excited, but I think it's going to happen somewhere along the line.
And is that based on a true event?
The bug? Yeah. Bugs hit the windshields. They do.
Oh, there is an AC back there, actually. Hold on.
Or, I don't know.
It's an AC unit, isn't it?
Maybe the windshield hits the bug. I guess that's true, isn't it? What do we call what hits what? I see that the windshield, the bug compared to the bus is almost stationary, right?
Have any animal rights groups contacted you or Gearbox upset with the treatment of bugs in the game?
To reiterate, probably.
I don't think you scanned an actual bug. I don't think a bug was hurt. I don't know. But if they have a problem with it, we can take the bug out of the desert bus.
Seems like a lot of thought was put into the bus and the dimensions of the bus being the bus accurate, but not so much so with the bug that hits the windshield.
Yeah, actually, I just said the word bug. I didn't even think about what kind of bug. I just said bug.
Whether
It's just a bug, guys.
To a desert environment, the kind of bug that would hit your windshield in the desert.
It should be, shouldn't it, really? Although now, with all these, we've moved species all around the world. There's all these species that aren't endemic. I mean, maybe if the bug looks like it is not a bug that's endemic to the natural environment, then you could just maybe think that the bug came over on a, hitchhiking on a airliner or something, and maybe it's not going to be able to reproduce, or maybe will reproduce like that. What's that weed that kind of took over California?
I'm not aware.
Okay, the cane toads in Australia. You know about that? No. How about those mollusks that took over the river in New York?
I'm not aware.
A lot of times a species, a plant is not a bug, or a frog is not a bug, but sometimes a species will get into. I believe the rats that we have in New York are Norwegian rats originally. Now they live here. And I believe that the cockroaches that we have here, there's American cockroaches and there's the Madagascar hissing roaches, so it's a patent they get out. But I wanted to get some stick insects for my tank at home. Do you know what stick insects are?
I've seen them, yeah.
They're big. I mean, for insects.
They're not typically kept as a pet.
They are kept as pets. Pretty often in the UK. There was a show they had in the UK. This is true. Called That's My Stick Insect. It was a department on a show. It wasn't the whole show. And they got 3 people who owned the stick insects as pets and put their stick insects in cages that were not labeled, different cages. And if the people could identify their stick insect, they were to win a lot of money. They couldn't do it. But I used to have stick insects in my home here in Vegas. I loved them. They're about the length of a hot dog, and they look like a stick, but they're really an insect. And they like to eat eucalyptus leaves, but I wanted to get some for the tank we have now because I thought the children would enjoy them. And stick insects, you have to be very careful. You have to have a special license for a stick insect. The double O is the license to kill. The license to own a stick insect is a different number. It's not like 007 owns stick insects. Maybe like 342 license to own stick insect. I just made up that number. But it's not a stick insect, but they're afraid that the stick insects get out into the wild, that we might have more stick insects than we want. I'm a guy that wants stick insects, but there's still probably a limit of a number.
We are taking a break from my interview with Penn Jillette to invite you to become a sponsor. So please support the station any way you can. If you enjoy interviews like the one you're hearing now, please consider being a sponsor for our programming, either online or over the telephone. And now more with Penn Jillette, author and magician.
And also one of the creators of Desert Boss, although it was Eddie Gordetsky's original idea. You know, Eddie, I talked to Eddie and he said he had a lot of credits, but he certainly wanted the credit on Desert Bus. Here's the thing that I find interesting on Desert Bus is we've been talking maybe 15 minutes. There's really nothing else to say that I can think of. And there's probably another 7 hours and 45 minutes of driving the bus.
Should drivers of the automobile be concerned about...
It's not an automobile, it's a bus.
Not an automobile, guys.
It's a bus. It's called Desert Bus.
Yes.
It's not called Desert Automobile. Desert Bus.
Should drivers of the desert bus
It's a bus. It's a bus.
be concerned about their petroleum levels?
I think we go on one tank all the way. I think it's one tank. I don't think we put that in, although maybe, this highfalutin desert bus, who knows what they might have built in. But I think, you're talking about 360 miles, seems like a bus could do 360 on one tank of gas. Then you maybe refuel, then you go back the other way. I don't know.
What about there's no bio brake or anything for the driver?
No. It's, the rest areas are like 200 miles apart. I think you have to find someone else to take the joystick in with you when you're relieving yourself. You hold the joystick, hold a little bit to the left so it doesn't pull to the right. But mostly it's just meant to be as tedious as real life.
And it's from Vegas or to Vegas?
Well, it's both. You start out in Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas.
Can't actually loop back around, I guess, because it does say that there's an achievement for the 16-hour trip.
Drive to Tucson, get to Tucson,
There is the temptation to try that one day.
You get to Tucson, you go back to Vegas. Well, it's not really back to Vegas because you started out in Tucson. So then your aim is back in Vegas to, I lost track. Start at Tucson.
Yeah, I think we were at Tucson.
Go to Vegas. Get to Vegas, go to Tucson. And we're supposed to, we're hoping to use the desert bus that we bought to scan to actually drive from Tucson to Vegas in a non-simulator but a real desert bus. And then for the highest score people on this game, we'll all get together, like 50 of us, and drive in the desert bus really to Vegas and then see the Penn and Teller show.
That would be exciting.
Really exciting. Vegas. That would just be Tucson to Vegas.
Right.
We'll do Vegas to Tucson after.
You would not.
No, just Tucson to Vegas.
What if I'm on the bus and I parked in Tucson and I went to Vegas? My car's now still in Tucson.
Maybe there's another app we can learn called Ridesharer. We could virtually drive from Las Vegas in like a Lyft or an Uber or something back to Tucson.
From my actual car is in Tucson.
The virtual car would be, the actual car's in Tucson. We'd have to drive, maybe we'd have to get a real ride share back. Or maybe a bus. Because this is a route that a real bus would drive. Or maybe, what kind of car you have?
I'm pretty sure there's a few more things on this than the straight roads currently here.
2011.
What kind of mileage you got on that?
I'm approaching 80,000.
I mean, I don't mean the miles on it. What kind of mileage is miles per gallon?
Highway or regular?
Well, the Tucson to
Or would be highway.
highway mostly, yeah.
You can get up to 35.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you ever drive one of those Priuses?
I have driven a Prius, yeah.
What do they get?
Certainly more.
Yeah, more by a lot.
Yeah, Priuses are terrible.
Who are the Penn and Teller of Tucson?
Just about a Teller.
Right. But if I drive back to Tucson, I also want to see a show.
I'd maybe see a movie. I don't think they have a thriving theater community. Maybe they do. I don't know. But if you ask me who the Penn and Teller Tucson is, it's Penn and Teller. We're,
No.
yeah, I think you've heard of us in Tucson.
I don't know what movie I'd see if I went to Tucson.
Well, it'd be a different movie. I mean, meaning now? I've heard Guardians of the Galaxy 2. My children liked it. That's James Gunn. It's a good movie. I'd see that.
Was Guardians of the Galaxy 2 in 2017?
I also want to see the James Baldwin movie. That's what I would see.
Am I that old?
There's a movie about James Baldwin. It's good. I would think it's good. I haven't seen it. I don't really see movies that much anymore.
You have James Bond. That's gotta be talking about Skyfall, right?
All the work you've been putting into Desert Bus?
I haven't done very much work at all. Matter of fact, most of the work I've done on Desert Bus, you've been here for in the room. That's what's kind of weird about it, because I'm talking about it here and I don't know much about it really. But there you go. Anyway, that's Desert Bus.
I want to thank you very much for coming on our program.
Thanks for having me.
Please, any other projects you have coming up, we'd love to have you back.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
Thanks a lot.
I never saw you off Broadway, but I bought a program off of eBay. I like the program a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Ready, set, puzzles. Welcome to
set puzzles, where we give puzzles to think about on your drive or while you're doing activities, anywhere you have access to a radio getting through the
Oh, that's actually a different radio station for once. Okay, so it is practice. That's cool.
Let's get started. Let's start with. I guess we'll just jump right into. I'll grab a drink real quick. Let's start with the answers to last week's puzzles. As you know, on crowdfunded Drive Time puzzles, we have 2 puzzles every week. We have a shorter, quick puzzle and a longer puzzle. It's a little bit more involved and longer. So we'll go over the answers for the last puzzle and for last time's puzzles, and let's start with let's change it up. We'll start with the short one from last week. So of all the answers we got, we got a few correct answers. And I mean, just basic arithmetic on this one. The correct answer was 7. A lot of people had 56. There's kind of one misstep that was a common mistake people make. Just a mathematical mistake that people made that would allow you to get 56 instead of the correct answer, which again was 7.
That's a wildly new answer.
Watch out for that error. You got to pay attention every step of the way. And it's an easy one to make if we always try to encourage you guys to try these puzzles. I mean, it's for in the car, so if you can try to do them in your head, rather than getting a sheet of paper out.
Wait, it's for a new car. Hold on.
And some of the puzzles are just a little too fast. Otherwise, you get done with them too quickly. So yeah, 7 was the answer. We got a couple right answers, so kudos to everybody who did get the right answer. And again, if you want to participate in these, you can tweet us at our Twitter handle, or if you don't have Twitter, you can get to us. You can email us. A lot of people have been complaining that Twitter, it's hard to get the people's submissions for answers down to less than 140 characters, which is...
The answer was 7, but it's breaking the character limit.
Send multiple... People do that, right? They send... when you put half the message, and then when you run out of characters, you just send another tweet. I actually saw something pretty clever. You take a picture, because you can tweet pictures, so you type it. What you do is you type it as a note on your phone, and you screenshot the note, and then you tweet that, and I don't know if that gets you any more characters, but or you can always email us as well your submissions. So that was the short puzzle for last week. And now let's talk about. There were a lot of questions about this one, which I really wasn't. It seemed pretty straightforward to me. So to refresh your memory, this is the puzzle with the dog and the skunk at the Italian restaurant.
Okay.
And again, the easiest way to do this one is you're going to want to make a grid. and it's your basic process of elimination.
Oh, puzzle. Okay.
And so the answer, if you did it right, was the dog was sitting on the green chair and had the spaghetti on a red plate. And the skunk was seated to his right and had the meatballs, and the item missing from his cutlery set was a fork. A lot of people said spoon, but again, remember that I said there were daffodils in the vase on the table, which means
What kind of fucking puzzle is this?
it had to be the fork that was missing. So dog on the green chair eating spaghetti from a red plate, and the skunk to his right had the meatballs, and the fork was what was missing from his cutlery set.
I know. Why?
This one gave a lot of people trouble.
Well, you need Turo too, from the sounds of that answer.
What I said about the Twitter, the complaints that tweets aren't long enough to really submit an answer to a puzzle of this magnitude. So maybe we'll make it so that you just submit the answers to the short puzzles on Twitter, because they usually have. And although a lot of people like to explain their answers on even if it's a particularly short answer, they still like to explain it. Well, again, we'll just keep it all open. You can either text or email. Pick your poison. Do whatever is going to be most conducive to your happiness in answering these photos. Because again, I do this for free, and I do it for free, so you can't expect too much out of me. So, I assume you guys do this for fun as well. So, don't make it too difficult on yourself. Do whatever is most conducive to your happiness. So let's go on to the short puzzle for today. So today's short puzzle is going to be, it's just your basic probability. Probability problem.
Got it.
This one has to do with a standard, just spiral notebook. Okay, so a kid, Robert goes to school, his first day of school, one of the supplies, they have to, before the school year, the teachers send out a list of supplies specific to each classroom. Some of those supplies are for just general use, like box of tissues that they're going to use throughout the year, and then some are for each specific student. So one of the things was a spiral notebook. Also, remember when I tell these puzzles, I like obfuscation. I like to, extra details, so you don't know what's important. Anyway, so spiral notebook. Now Robert wanted there was this really cool motorcycle pattern on the notebook, and on each one of the pages there was, on the bottom right hand of each page, there was a little watermarked tire, like a motorcycle tire, and when you put your thumb underneath and flipped up through the, kind of riffled the notebook pages through your hand, it looked like the tire was spinning, and there were 5 spokes in the tire. So the question is, what is the probability that on how many pages there's a spoke pointing perfectly upward? So again, there's 5 spokes, so it kind of forms kind of a pentagram kind of thing. I forgot to mention also, this can happen with each one of the spokes. So it doesn't have to be, there's not one specific spoke that how often is this one pointing up, but any of the spokes. Okay. Also, I forgot to mention, there's 70, I said it was a standard spiral notebook, but I know a lot of people like to complain that I don't explain things properly.
70 pages?
There's 70 pages on the notebook. 70 pages,
70 divided by
5 spokes.
5 is...
so what's the probability that one of the spokes is pointing upward? Okay? That's the short puzzle for this week. So let's go
15?
on to the long puzzle.
12 is 60.
So basically
13, 14, okay, 14.
Text message.
So every 14
so-
pages, the spoke technically
the long
returns
puzzle this
normal, I
week
guess.
You guys know I love stories. So this one's kind of a story.
But that's not probability, hold on. That's not probability.
And they start talking. They're just meeting up. I think one of the dads drops his bottle of water, and it falls into some dirt. So he throws it away, or he recycles it. And he's kind of bummed that he doesn't have water. It's a hot day outside. So another dad, he has an extra bottle of water. So they start talking over their waters. And inevitably they start talking about their kids because they're at a park and their kids are playing, and they never really address which kids. There are a lot of kids at the park. Which kids are whose? So they don't even know how many kids the other one has, and that's the basis for the puzzle. So the dads in there talking find out that they both are big fans of puzzles. And so they're still talking. He says, or one of the dads says, how many kids do you have? And the other dad says, well, I have 3 kids, 3 sons. No twins. 3 sons, 3 young boys. And the dad says, oh, what are their ages? And so knowing that they both like puzzles, the dad who was just asked how old his kids are decides he's going to say this. He's going to tell him how old his kids are.
I think it's a chance on the notebook one.
So he says, I want you to imagine
the rotation is exactly whatever the rotational value is for
like a round wall clock.
You see basically flip the star over every time.
Says, well, there's 3 hands. He said, exactly. Just like there's 3 hands, I have 3 kids. So he said, I want you to remember on a clock what the hour hand does, what the minute hand does, and what the second hand does. He says, okay. He said, but on this clock, it wasn't put together exactly right. And the minute hand is actually on the gear that's supposed to be for the hour hand. So the minute hand takes about 12 hours to make its way around the clock. In addition, the hour hand is on the gear that the minute hand is supposed to be on. So it takes the hour hand about an hour to get all the way around the clock instead of
Why
an
is
hour
the clock
for
flipped
each,
around?
number on the way around the clock. Additionally, this clock's motor was put together with a gear reversed. So it goes counterclockwise. That is to say, it goes, normal clocks go around, start at the top and move down the right side, and then when they get to the bottom, they move up the left side.
Okay.
Circle. This one goes the other way, so they start at the top. Move
What is
down
this
the left
puzzle?
side,
What is the point of this puzzle?
up the right side back to the top. Said okay, but he still needs more information. So, additionally, the second hand of the clock is not a normal second hand. It's somehow attached to the hour hand's gear, which again, the hour hand is on the actual minute hand's gear. So the second hand also takes about an hour to make its way around. However, one number behind it's one number behind the hour hand.
Alright.
Okay? So and remember this clock goes counterclockwise, so when the hour hand is on the 9, the second hand is on the 10. It's behind because it's going counterclockwise. So it follows it. It's always the same. That's called equidistant. It's always equidistant from equidistant. Sorry.
Okay.
It's always equidistant from the hour hand, which again is a minute hand, and they're going backwards. It's going counterclockwise. So in normal time, it would look like it's one digit ahead, but in this case it's behind because it goes the other way.
Okay.
And he says, okay, is that all? He said, no, one more thing. When this clock was being put together, it was put together at an angle. So what would normally, so where the 12 is, it was put to, the motor was put in 90 degrees off. So if you put it on the wall where the 12 is the top, but the motor, the top according to the motor is actually 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock is essentially acting as the 12. So whatever number they're pointing at, you need to move over 3 to get to the actual time.
Jesus Christ, what is this puzzle?
Okay? So let's say if you're at the 3, that's actually, since it goes backwards, that would actually be, let me think, you're pointing at the 3, and since it goes backwards, you're actually looking at, I suppose that would be the 6, since it's going backwards. So you have to move everything over by 6, except when you get to the, you don't subtract 3. 12 is essentially 0 on a clock. Because when you go behind, you don't go, you don't go -1, you go 1, or 3, 2, 1, 12 instead of 0. So it loops around again. So it's as though there's only 12, the number line is only 12 numbers and it's a circle. And he said, with
What in
I will tell you
the world are they
that my
going
middle son is 4. So the question is, what are his other children's ages? So yeah, that's the long puzzle. I think that one might be a little, again, as we always say on the program, try and do these in your head. They're for keeping your mind active while you're...
I didn't follow any of that. What do you mean, what's this child's age? You're talking about a clock.
Or what have you. So try and do it in your head without paper and pen. Obviously, I can't force you to do it in your head, but I think it'll be a little bit more gratifying if you do it in your head. So keep it up.
What does a stupidly built clock have to do with some guy's kids?
Keep working. This one is, I would say, on our
I think the motorcycle one is probably like 35 pages.
About,
if you consider like one spoke angle, if you're trying to get to the open spot.
Probably a 17. Okay. So it might take you a minute. But again, submit all answers to us on Twitter. Oh, I almost forgot. We also have we found at a garage sale. We found an old time voicemail machine, or what is it?
No.
Answering machine. You know, with the little cassette tape. So we're all gonna it's not up and running yet, but we're gonna have a number you can call, and you can leave your answers verbally. Obviously, leave your contact information so that we can get you your mug.
Nope. I left the area. I think that bike puzzle is 35 pages. Unless, I think the only way it's not that is if the angle in which the tire changes leaves approximately like, assuming it's 3 extra spokes in between, right?
0288 4197.
So what? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have 1, 5.
105
7,
8209749.
So every 4 pages.
445 9230 78 164 06 28620.
Whatever the calculation for that is, it's like
899862803.
So assuming you operate on the first page,
5 3 4
and then every 4 from there.
170 679 8214 8086 513 282.
So 70 is not available, like 4.
647
The next closest number would be
844
68,
609
I think.
550 5822
15,
317
17 is what that is, I think. Yeah.
40
So at least 17 pages.
74
So you'd be
500
70 divided by
410
17.
193 852 1105 559 644 622 948
I know, I guess it'd be 17 divided by 70 for percentage, right?
8196 442.
But it'd be 17 pages, essentially. Would be upright spokes.
5933446.
So I think your number either comes out to 35 or 17.
56482337.
Technically.
678 3165 2712 019 091 145 6485 66923
So here comes our fight again.
48 6104542 664821
The motorcycle page one makes somewhat sense to me because, I mean, depending on the angle, I would animate it in about 5 frames to do a full rotation, right? Or to get to the next spoke.
14127
That way you actually have some motion.
4587
So that would be about 17 pages. Whereas if you did
5588
I'm gonna be honest, we already hit the restart at the 2 hour mark.
254-09-171536.
We are 50 minutes back in. We're listening to somebody recite pi.
590360301133054882046.
Definitely a ride.
414 6951941.
If I'm a little quiet because my bike is across the roof, so I'm basically having to I kind of have to deal with it, so I can't really stop now. And we're gonna fix it when that last crash.
195 3092
Off ledge.
8611 738 26117 93105 118548074 623 799 627 495 673 518 857 527 2489 122 799.
I mean, I've been for what, VR for about 3 hours now.
01 94912
I've got the headset plugged in at least, so it's not like I have to worry.
733-624-4065 664-308-601. Excuse me. 664-308-6021 3949 46395 22473 71907 021798
This radio station is great.
176-75238-467-481.
Oh, the sun's actually moved.
46766.
The sun has moved.
940-513.
That's a fun fact.
00056.
I haven't seen the dolly fall over yet.
1452. 635-608-277 857-734-2757 789-609-17363 717-872-146 84409 012249 534-30146 549-58-537-105
Oh, it's stuff that's
079-2279
just fun fact. You can't actually do that.
925-8923
Or open the door. They can't open the door. This candle.
9956 11212 90219 608640344 18159 81362 977 477 13099 6051 8707 2113499 9999 83729 7804995105973173173.
It sucks because there is actually a pull to the right, so I've got to keep it that state constantly.
445-94553 469-083 026-425-223-0825, 3344685035, 26193118817, 101 000 3137 838 75
This really is just them
875
counting out pi.
3208 3814 206 17 177 669 30359 825 349 04 287 554 687 7311 595 628 63 882 35 378 759 375 1957781 8577 805 3217 122 68 066 13001 927 8766 111 959 092
Shut up with that edge.
164 2019 8938 0952572201 0654858637 886593 615 33818 27968 23030 19520 353
This is why I can never be an actual villain of RMG. The spread gonna get too tired.
5 2 9 6 8 9 9 5 7 7 3 6 2 2 5 9 9 4 1 3 8 9 1 2 4 9 7 2 1 7 7 5 2 8 3 4 7 9 1 3 1 5 1 5 5 7 4 8 5 7 2 4 2 4 5 4 1 5 0 6 9 5 9 5
God, I hate this.
53311 686 17278 5588890 75098 3817 54637 46493 93192 5506 0400 9277 0167 1139 009 8488 240 128 583616 035 63707 66014 47101 81942 9555 961989 46767833744 944-8255 3977747 268-471 04047 53464 62-080-466 84259 06949 12933 13677 0289 89
Okay, we're playing it.
152104 475216205 6966
Nah, we'd be too low for building interest in that.
02405 803-815-0193 5112533 824300 355874 024 749 964 732 639 141 1992 726 04269922796. Excuse me. 7967 8253 4781636000934 172164121 1992456 315030286 9745557067
Getting really aggressive with that counting again.
5054 945 885 86 926 995 9092 721 079 75093 02955
I wish we could like pause this, but we can't.
165344987 202 75596 023 648 066
I mean, I might be able to force the game to pause, but
119 88 18347 9 775 3566 369 8074 2654 25278 62551 818 47 57 excuse me 417 57 467 289 09
I assume this is pi, but I actually don't know.
27938 000 8 164706006 excuse me 0016 145249192173217 21477 2350141441975 6 86 54 816 136 1157 52 55 213 34757 4184 94684 232 excuse me 2332 3907 39414 333 4547 762 4168 625 189 835 6948 556209921922218422725 502-542-5688-767-179-049 460-16534 668-049-88627 232-791-786 0857-8438 382. 796-797-668-14541000953 8837-8636 09506800064 225-125-205-11739-298-489 608-412-886-694-5604 2419-6528-50222-106618 63067-442786-22039194 945-047-12371
I think I'm a little faster than that, aren't I?
095
So I'm doing 45 miles an hour.
197-287-4677-7646.
I think they're, that's like, what, 100, isn't it?
624-138-908-65-832-64-599.
I actually don't know what the calculation for that is offhand.
478-0275.
Like, yes I do. It's like 2.6, right? So 90... 95, yeah, I'm going around a good 100. Maybe a good 100 kilometers. Yeah, it's like 2.64, 2.65, isn't it? Or is it 1.6? No. God, I don't remember what the math calculation for that is. It's definitely not 20. This would be considered 45 miles an hour real time. This is an 8-hour drive. We're in it for the long haul. And when I say 8 hours, I mean this is a physical 8-hour drive. We have just passed the 3-hour mark, basically. Wow, 3-hour mark for stream. We have just passed the hour mark for the drive. We have another 7 hours to go. If we make it to 6 hours, I'm going to try it for the whole 8. But if we fail somewhere around, like another hour, I'm probably going to call it fair. Basically, if we fail again, I'm going to quit. But if we actually make it, we're going to make it. That's going to be the call here. Because long play VR is not fun. I am currently plugged in at least. So like I will be charged all the way. Shit. I do think the radio is pretty interesting. I do like how the radio plays out. It is a bit randomized. I wonder how much content they have stored for the radio. It's got to be more than 8 hours worth of radio, right? Especially with all the pauses they put in. There's somebody outside driving around. That dolly in the back does actually fall down at some point. Like, or it can fall down. I don't know how it falls down. But I remember seeing it falling down. Yeah, I think it's about 100 clicks, right? Unless my math is that wrong. In which case, I think it'd be closer to like 75, right? No, wait, it'd be 1.6. I think if I'm... think? 2.5 centimeters times... 12... Well, no, it's 30... the math on that, I'm just thinking. Because every meter is set to feet. That's our prop 3 feet. I think it is 2.54 or something like that, or 2.6, right? It's like 3. No, it's like 1,360 feet to a mile, right? Something wild like that, or 1260. I can't remember my math. It's been years since I've had to do those calculations, okay? Like, I think the last actual time I had to do that, in class even, like in class at all, was like 8 years ago, maybe? No, maybe 9 years ago now? I think it'd be about 9 years ago now. Like, I don't remember my math calculations for miles, kilometers. I know 2.54 is centimeters to inches. And then a meter is approximately 3 feet. But I'm pretty sure it's 2.6 to a mile, right? And then it's like, I think it's 1360 feet is a mile, right? It's 1360. I wish somebody would correct me on that, because I am so confused with my math on that. Look at me, playing a game and talking about math for mileage per hour. Or miles per hour, like. Ah, yes. We're putting our math to great use, teachers. Yeah, because it'd be like, if it is 2.6, it'd be at least 90. And then, like what, 92? No. It's 40, so it'd be 24, so it'd be like 110. Would it be 110? I think it'd be 110, like 110, 112 maybe. So normal highway speeds, I guess. I'm doing rough math as hell. Still, that motorcycle book one is like, what what percentage of the book would have an upright spoke on a 5-spoke bike wheel in a 70-page book where the spoke wheels go around in a rotation? And it's like, well, how many rotations does it make every page or something like that? So like, because here's the thing, if it's upright and every single spoke being upright counts for it, it would be 35 if it just rotates one position per page and it flips back next, right? So 1, 2. But it'd be about 17 if you're starting page 1 upright and then every 4 pages it was back upright. So like 1's upright, 2, 3, 4 are not upright, and 5 is upright. So that would be about 17 pages if I math that correctly. Now, I mean, if you want probability, I'm not doing 17 divided by 70 in my head right now. But that should be about right. And I'm assuming out of like every 4 pages, we're gonna do the upright, slight turn, completely to the side, slight turn, upright. If that makes sense. I think that would make more sense for animation-wise, anyways. But like, I don't have the book in front of me, so I can't tell. Because like that puzzle, the information, the problem with the information is that it doesn't take into account how many pages it takes for a single revolution. Wait a minute. Unless the small puzzle from last week is the 17 that I was talking about. Oh, we're actually getting a radio back. Okay, what's going to be on the radio this time?
You took my parking space. That is my space. You took my parking space. What are you doing? Saw me there. What is wrong with you? Come over here.
Okay.
You took my parking space. You went in front of me. Stay there. You took my parking space. I'm gonna call the police. Get back in your car. He's talking like a Martian. You took my parking space. You took my parking space. Get in your car. Drive away from here. That's it.
Okay. That's a song. Ah, something down my eye. Goddamn.
Welcome back to Bayes Talk, the advice show where we use Bayes' theorem to answer your relationship questions. We're almost out of time for this episode, so we're going to go to the lightning round. This is where we answer your questions as rapidly as we prudently are able. It's very exciting. Let's begin.
Lightning round of
Hayward asks,
relationship advice?
my son plays around on the video game machine, but I hear that causes people to become violent. Should I put a stop to it? The variable we wish to solve for with this question is probability that a person commits a violent crime, given the fact that person plays violent video games. To solve for this, we need the probability of a person committing a violent crime, the probability of a person playing violent video games, and the probability that someone who commits a violent crime plays violent video games. For simplicity, and I believe this is supported anecdotally, we will assume that anyone who is likely to commit a violent crime is also drawn to violence in their entertainment. So we will set that probability at 1.0. The U.S. violent crime rate in 2015 was 372.6 for every 100,000
Oh, get off my
people.
game. Okay, good.
and
We're
assuming
back.
each crime is
Okay,
committed
on.
by a different person, that makes the probability of committing a crime 0.3726%, or 0.003726. The percentage of people who enjoy violent video games is harder to measure, but since we used such a loose definition as violence in entertainment to give us the 1.0 for violence given crime in the numerator, we are constrained to use the same definition in the denominator, which gives us a conservative value of 3 and 4, or 0.75. Bayes' theorem, then, is 1.0 times 372.6 in 100,000 divided by 3 and 4, giving us 621 for every 125,000, or 4.968 times 10 to the negative 3, or 0.4968%, less than half a percent chance that someone who enjoys violent entertainment will commit a violent crime. The actual number is significantly lower than that, since some people commit multiple crimes. Not everybody who commits a violent crime necessarily enjoys violent entertainment, and of course, correlation does not equal causation.
But
Hayden Richfield asks, my fiancé has just confessed to cheating on me with a coworker. He swears it was a one-time thing, but before he left his ex-wife, he was cheating on her with me. Given the base probability that our marriage will end in divorce of 0.53, the odds of him cheating, which are currently at 1.0, and the percentage of divorces that occur because of cheating, which my research puts at 17%, the probability that our marriage will end in divorce is 0.0901, or roughly 9%. Am I good? No, Hayden. You are not good.
no.
First, Bayes' probability of divorce is 54% for first marriages only. For second marriages, it's 67%.
Jesus.
Next, only 22% of married men cheat. This means your probability is closer to 51.77%. Paige Weston writes, my mother-in-law disapproves of everything I do. Nothing I do is good enough. Is there any way to win her approval? No. The probability of a mother-in-law approving of her son's wife is 0, making the problem Bayes invariant.
The chance of
Phyllis
you.
Cromwell asks, I got a parking space right by the entrance to the mall. Doesn't that prove that angels exist, and therefore so does God? The likelihood of angels existing based on you getting a parking space presupposes that angels like you better than everyone else that was trying to get a parking space at that time, and that they prioritize the allotment of parking spaces over other divine interventions, like, for instance, feeding starving babies on the other side of the planet. The likelihood that angels prefer you over the other people trying to park that day is the likelihood that they'd give you a parking space if they did, which we'll say is 0.9, times the base odds of them preferring you in general, say 1 in 20, assuming moderate traffic at an average mall, divided by the overall odds of you getting a space, which are 0.9 times 0.05 plus 0.1 times 0.95, or 0.14. This puts the odds of angels preferring you to others, given you got the parking space, at 32.15%. This number naturally changes based on your success at getting parking spaces on future attempts.
32% chance God intervened to give you a parking spot.
Subsequently don't get a parking space. The equation becomes 0.1 times 0.3215 divided by 0.86, making the probability that angels have intervened, given the fact you didn't get the space, 0.0374, or 3.74%. This equation can't directly determine whether angels exist, but can begin to indicate the character of those angels if they do. If you find better than average parking more often than predicted by chance, your angels, if they exist, are probably evil. This, by extension, predicts the character
Oh wait, the box
of
got fell over. Oh.
the probability of a good God assuming evil angels is the probability of evil angels assuming a good God, which we'll say is roughly 1 in 100, times the odds of a good God, which are 52% according to the CNN opinion poll, divided by the odds of
A good God is a 52%
first time
opinion.
you get a good parking space. The solution to this equation is 2.26%. Again, this isn't the likelihood of God existing, but the likelihood of him being good if his angels are evil. To get a very rough idea of what your parking space implies, let's assume that because 77% of people believe in angels, there's a 77% chance that angels exist. And similarly, since 89% of people believe in a God, there's an 89% chance that a God exists. Your parking space, then, indicates a 21.53% chance that an evil deity spawned depraved demonic creatures that have, on at least one occasion, interacted directly with you, perhaps believe you owe them a favor, and may at this time be observing you and considering what to do with you or your loved ones in the future.
This is some wild theological math here.
I'm Douglas Plainfield, and you've been listening to Bayes Talk.
Lightning fast bat, am I right? Wild.
Communication and Public Relations Office Communication Plan 2016-2017.
Oh, this is the
Executive
2016,
summary.
2017 school plan.
The district serves more than 4,000 students in early childhood through grade 12, with over 700 staff members at 8 school sites and an alternative center. The Communication Office seeks to support the district's mission to educate all students by improving communication and building relationships within the community. The objective of all communication strategies is to meet the district's goals.
Here.
Current status. Since November 2015, the district has been dealing with increased scrutiny and declining public confidence due to major issues with budgets and administration. The challenges of maintaining public confidence and communicating effectively with all segments of the community affect not only the school district, but also the community itself.
Alright.
Focus. The
Look at that
Communication
box.
and Public Relations Office will focus its resources on leveraging cost-effective social media strategies, fostering partnerships with community stakeholders and businesses,
Oh, you can shuffle
using
it.
local media where appropriate and feasible, expanding in-house video and content production, and helping to develop communication capacity at district schools in order to ultimately have a positive impact on public confidence and perception of the district.
Sorry, I was doing dumb shit.
The comprehensive plan detailed here will be used as a basis for the office's
I agree with
accountability,
this.
as well as providing a framework for resource and budgetary allocation.
We didn't actually
This
lose the
plan
run
is
this
a
time.
working document that allows the Communication Office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future. Communication and Public Relations mission to build public understanding and support for the district. District mission. The mission of the district is to educate all students to become productive citizens of a dynamic global community. District vision.
Just as a reminder, people can technically join in and download the Doesn't Bust VR game
Graduates
from
productive
Steam.
and caring citizens who are
I actually don't know if you
succeed.
can specifically join into my match. I don't know how that works
District
actually,
goals.
but
Academic
it should
achievement.
technically be possible
Every
if you're
child
on
is
paper.
supported and nurtured with a systemic process to reach their full potential. Parent and community engagement. schools, parents, and the community function as a team to support a learning community. Safe and orderly schools maintain a learning environment that is conducive to high-performing schools. Accountability. Employ effective and efficient accountability systems that evaluate the academic, operation, and fiscal performance of the school district. This comprehensive communication plan aligns with the district's goals. Goal 1, academic achievement. By recognizing student and school successes, encouraging them through various recognitions, and allowing the community to celebrate the achievements of district students and schools. Meaningful public engagement encourages community involvement in education that benefits children and increases student achievement. Goal 2, parent and community engagement. By fostering greater connection between the schools and various stakeholders in the community. Goal 3, safe and orderly schools. By disseminating important information to staff, students, parents, and community about the expectations, policies, protocols, and procedures for all those involved in our schools and programs. Also by making important safety and emergency information available to all students, staff,
I don't know why I let go.
as quickly and accurately as possible. Goal 4, accountability. By making accountability information available through a variety of outlets and helping the district to respond to all legal informational requests in a timely manner in accordance with relevant state and federal law. Desired behaviors and attitudes. Internal audiences. Take pride and ownership in the district and keep informed on key issues. Show mutual trust and understanding and value all roles within the organization. Work as a high-performing organization that respects, values, customer feedback. Exhibit district core values. External audiences. Exhibit community pride and trust in our schools and the school district. Feel involved and engaged in the district. Choose to enroll in the district because of quality educational and extracurricular opportunities. Support the district.
Radio station's great, but
Internal audiences include
I mean, I get they can't just play whatever music they want either.
parents, teachers,
I mean, I guess they can technically put on my own music, but
employees,
I feel like that'd be a little more inauthentic.
and the Board of Education. External audiences include
I don't know why they'd be broadcasting this though.
senior citizens, retirees, business leaders, media, civic leaders, legislators, religious leaders, neighborhood groups, new residents, prospective families. Communication channels. Print, newsletters and flyers. Electronic, websites, district and schools. Phone notification system. Email.
It's like one long map where this is actually just repeating, and it's following this timer.
Local media outlets. Print, 2 newspapers. Television. Radio. multi-station networks, plus many independent and syndicated stations. Code of Ethics. The district is a member of the National School Public Relations Association and its state affiliate, and is guided by the hallmark of professionalism established by the organization's Code of Ethics. 1. Be guided by the pursuit of the public interest through the truth, accuracy, good taste, and fairness.
I would actually like to see like
All of good judgment and
proper,
information, not intentionally
like
disseminate
trucking simulator
misinformation
times are
or
accurate.
confidential data.
That seems like a fun
Avoid
thing.
confidential data. Avoid actions that lessen personal, professional, or organizational reputation.
Like to scale freaking trucks in.
Give primary loyalty.
Well, that's not really
to
possible
organization.
considering like
Insisting
documentations
on
and
the
stuff.
right to give advisory counsel in accordance with sound public relations.
Like this kind of works because
and
you're just
practices.
driving a really
Cooperate
blank
with other
campus
groups
highway.
while avoiding conflicts with primary responsibilities. Object to untenable policies or activities. 3. Be aware of personal influence. Avoid promises or granting of unprofessional advantage to others. Refrain from accepting
Although I wonder how hard it would be to
consideration
make
or influences on
like
organizational
a
decisions. Avoid unauthorized use of organizational facilities, resources, or professional services.
another version of like a highway driver. Same idea, right? But
Candidacy of aspirants to elected
with
office.
like different terrain and
For
see how far you can
derogatory
go.
acts or utterances against other professionals.
Having like rest stops along the way.
Recognize that effectiveness is dependent upon integrity and regard for ideals of the profession, not misrepresenting professional organizational qualifications. Give credit for ideas and words borrowed from others. Cooperate with professional colleagues to uphold and enforce this code. This plan is a working document that allows the Communication Office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future.
So this must be like the hour 30 mark broadcast
The
then.
following areas of focus can be considered products.
Because a couple of them have been randomized, but this one I have heard already, and same
They're the
by
basis
one.
of the work of the office to achieve the desired behaviors and attitudes of our internal and external publics. Community relations. Encourage public support and understanding of the district. Objectives. Increase opportunities for public input and response for two-way communication. Increase opportunities to share district information with the community. Increase opportunities for community members to interact with the Board of Trustees. Expand the use of technology and other forms of media. Strategies. Establish external key communicators network.
Like what, 2 tumbleweeds so far?
Community forums and dialogue sessions. Promote school board meetings through increased information sources. Ensure district representation for community programs and organizations. Promote district knowledge and support of the district's foundation. Maintain effective communication through traditional print and non-traditional approaches. Work with alumni programs and retired educators to further the initiatives of the district, including advocacy of the district's mission, goals, and programs, and for alumni to support student achievement. Crisis communication. Mitigate negative impacts in the community and encourage fair, objective media coverage. Objectives. Counsel school principals and staff in managing crisis communication provide timely, accurate information to internal and external audiences. Work
If it
closely
sounds
with
like
the
Ray,
media
we're
to
gonna
provide
know.
accurate, timely information. Evaluate and revise crisis management plan. Crisis management and communications training. On-site support in emergencies when possible. Immediate and ongoing counsel to principals, key staff, and district leadership in crisis issues and events that have the potential to become a crisis. Crisis communication plans specific to major incidents to include goals and key messages. Create written materials including talking points, fact sheets, and letters for schools to use in emergencies. District spokesperson with the media. Media relations. Help the district better communicate with target audiences. Objectives. Increase the number of positive stories provided to the media. Expand professional relationships with members of the local media. Increase use of social media networks to augment media efforts. Serve as district's primary liaison with the news media, including spokesperson at the direction of the superintendent. Strategies. Press releases, briefings, photo ops, and conferences. New sources of information to augment or replace traditional media news releases. Relationship building and one-on-one story development. District fact sheets on district initiatives. Letters to the editor and guest editorials, opinion pieces. Coordinate key messages through existing district channels. Communication training. Enable employees to understand their role of serving as ambassador to the community. Objectives. Increase opportunities for employees to receive communications training.
When you see me lean down like that, I'm just grabbing like a water bottle. I really have a straw in it
who are
for
trained
music.
in communications. Provide opportunities for board members to receive communications training. Strategies. Public engagement. Effective communication strategies. Communication planning. School skills workshops. PR for principals. Media relations. Crisis communications. School board trainings. This plan is a working document that allows the communication office to make necessary changes based on circumstances and vision for the future of what the district needs. Public, family, and employee engagement. Empower employees and families to take ownership in their school and the district and foster collaborative relationship. Objectives. Increase opportunities for staff and community members to become involved in meaningful.
So I'm at least glad they gave us the whole road, basically.
The district and school board. Increase students, parents, and employees' awareness of their role as customers and ambassadors of the district. Expand distribution of information to students and employees. Recognition of students, employees,
I'm trying to topple over
internally
the,
and externally for
the
their
only-
accomplishments. Refine the employee of the
Didn't
month
really work.
program to add value for staff. Assess employee morale and trust in the district.
Well, there's nothing to
Increase
be trusted
employees'
in this,
awareness
to be
of their
honest.
role as ambassadors for the district. dialogue sessions. Strategies. Legislative forums. Presentations. Special event appearances. Recognition programs. Civic service organizations. Memberships and attendance. Strategic partnerships. Publications. Distribution of electronic newsletters based on Monday Memo for all employees to receive timely information. Assist schools and departments with internal communication plans and actions. Web communications. Provide the opportunity to reach a broad public with an immediate message that can be targeted directly to their interest. Two components link the district's web communication from external audiences to internal publics. District website and social media. Social media to include Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. Objectives. Reach more stakeholders and audiences through electronic communication. Increase awareness of information that will build community involvement. Place growing emphasis on electronic two-way communication. Apply standards for district and school sites for posting and updating. Adhere to standards of quality for content, design, and management. Increase exposure to various social media channels.
Nice.
Strategies. Improve current district and social media.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get enough rain up here.
Better engage
It's a little bit of a
audiences.
desert.
Investigate opportunities for expanding and
Best we got is fall.
electronic communication, such as blogs or other social media opportunities. Review processes for schools and
I
principals.
still find it funny how they use
consistently.
Pinterest and Twitter.
Connect all district social media in a way that promotes awareness across all platforms. This plan is a working document. that
Actually,
allows
Pinterest is the one
the
that gets me the
office
most.
to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future.
Okay, I guess. This is a song. This is indeed a song. Oh. New song, new station coming in hot.
Hello and welcome to the School of the Air, the Australian radio school for students in rural areas. This episode of the School of the Air will be on the period known as the Great Emu War, or as some know it, the Emu War. One of the few military actions in which Australian soldiers have fought and lost, the other notably being the
Great Emu War, boys!
This war was
This is why we don't go to Australia.
large herd
We fear the emus and tarantulas and all spiders.
native to Australia.
The deadliness of Australia.
Former soldiers with military training and military equipment
1932. To give a little bit of context, the soldiers who fought for Australia in World War I returned to find that many of them did not have jobs, but many of them did have large military wages accrued from the times overseas where they could not spend it. And for a long time, this managed to keep them afloat. However, as the Great Depression neared, many soon discovered that they would not have enough money to live off for them or their families. And during this time, there were many farmers who were encouraged to purchase wheat crops as the government promised that they would provide some form of subsidy. Many ex-soldiers realized that this was an opportunity for them, and they went and bought cheap land in Western Australia in the Campion district. And this land is arid desert and was not suitable for farming. They also invested much of their money in wheat crops, which they planted, assuming there would be the subsidy, which the politicians failed to provide.
Yeah. Sounds
After
about right.
much discussion about how to deliver said subsidy, they gave up on the idea entirely. As you know, deserts are not good for farming due to the low nutrient content of the soil. And the Australian
Yeah,
soil
like out
in
here.
particular has many hard sandstone areas which are almost entirely devoid of nutrient content or moisture of any kind. As such, the farmers had very little yield on their wheat, and those that did had invested a lot more money than they were anticipating to get these wheat crops to grow. During the end of the 1930s, 1930 era, there was a large herd of 20,000 emus, approximately. The count is not finalized yet, that migrated for their breeding season, heading from coast regions to inland regions, which is their traditional mating migration. Much of the land bought by the farmers was in this inland region. And given the large amounts of water that the farmers had imported and cultivated, the emus saw this region as an excellent opportunity for them to gain sustenance for the turbulent mating ahead. The mating habits of the emu are well documented in our previous lesson titled The Mating Habits of the Emu. During this time,
Destructive. Probably.
many emus ravaged the crops of these ex-soldiers, and the soldiers petitioned their local members only to find that there was little they could do. Upset with this, the soldiers formed a union and sent a message to the Minister of Defence at that time, Sir George Pearce. As they had served in World War I, many soldier settlers were aware of the power of the Ministry of Defence in dealing with situations that required force and that often could include military assistance to civilians who were trying to establish their livelihoods in war-torn areas.
Sad.
Unsure
Emus
how
took their
to
ass.
deal with this situation, the minister sent the soldiers a large amount of food, temporary accommodation, and ammunition. Sir George Pearce also wanted to document this incident and sent out many cinematographers in order to document the support the government was giving to the people. They thought it would be an outstanding exercise. Unfortunately, everyone involved underestimated the emu. Military involvement began in October of 1932. The war was conducted under command of Major Meredith of the 7th Heavy Battery of the Royal Australian Artillery. There were several soldiers armed with Lewis Enfield rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The operation had to be delayed due to some rainfall, and this caused the emus to scatter over the area. The rain stopped in November 1932 and troops were deployed. However, due to the nature of the spreading of the emus, they found themselves outflanked by the emus. Their superior military knowledge astounded and overwhelmed the soldiers of the 7th Heavy Battery. On November 2, the men travelled where some 50 emus were sighted. The birds, however, were out of range of the guns that they had brought. Local settlers attempted to herd emus into an ambush, but the birds split into smaller groups and ran so that they were difficult to target. Various machine guns were used, but ineffective due to their range, and the second round of gunfire was able to kill a number of birds, but later that same day they would encounter a second flock. The next significant event happened 2 days later.
This is a wild. What is the Great Emu War? What the hell?
Establish an ambush near a local dam. 1,000 emus were spotted heading towards their position. By this time, the gunners
Emus out here out maneuvering, out flanking in the
trained
area.
to wait until they were within distance of their rifle. Sadly, the machine gun jammed after only 12 birds were killed. The remainder scattered before more could be killed due to the loud sounds of the machine gun. No more birds were seen for the rest of that day, and their battle failed to achieve its desired outcome of the slaughter of a mere 1,000 birds.
A mere
In the
1,000
days that
birds.
followed, there were limited access to the
I don't
birds,
know.
and found it difficult to near them to the distance which was required. 6 days after the first engagement, there had been 2,500 rounds of the 10,000 rounds of ammunition spent, but the number of birds killed was likely to be less than 50 birds. The settlers were also attacking birds at this time. They had managed to obtain around 200 casualties. However, both the army and the settlers suffered severe casualties due to the obscene violence of these native Australian birds.
It would be Australian otherwise.
Dominic Cerventry, an ornithologist, summarizes the attempts at culling these birds as follows. The machine gunner's dreams of point-blank fire into serried masses of emus were soon dissipated. The Emu Command had evidently ordered guerrilla tactics, and its unwielding army split up into innumerable small amounts that made use of military equipment uneconomic. A crestfallen field force therefore withdrew from combat area after about a month.
And
After with the
emus
withdrawal, Meredith compared the emus to Zulus, with significant striking mobility, even when badly wounded. Australia fled its first encounter with the emu detachment. It quickly became clear that more military force was needed as the emu attacks on crops increased. The attacks of the military had forced the emus away from the natural sources of food and resulted in them needing to raid the town for supplies. Farmers begged for further support, citing hot weather and a drought brought by the emus invading their farms in the thousands. The Premier of Western Australia lent his strong support to try and renew the military assistance. At this time, the base commander had reported false numbers, indicating that in just a small few periods of time, the emus had been killed in much larger numbers than the actual reality of the matter.
In the military
As a
man,
result
did actually
of the
look
base commander's report,
Why?
which had falsified emu casualties, in 12th of November, the Ministry of Defence approved a resumption of military efforts. This decision was defended in the Senate, explaining that the soldiers were necessary to combat serious agricultural threat of a large emu population. Taking to the field on the 13th of November 1932, the military found some degree of success over the first 2 days, with approximately 40 emus killed. On the third day, the 15th of November, the emus struck back. The guns were damaged by this emu attack, as were many soldiers. A sad time in Australia's history. The guns were roughly counting for approximately 100 emu deaths per week by the 2nd of December. However, Meredith claims in his reports that closer to 1,000 kills were more likely. He suggested a rate of 10 rounds per confirmed kill. Meredith claimed that 2,500 wounded birds had died as a result of injuries that they had sustained and not died from instantaneously. Despite all these problems with the cull, the farmers were required to request further assistance in 1934, 1943 and 1948, each time to be turned down by the government, explaining that there was no longer a need given Meredith's falsified numbers. The government instituted instead a bounty system that had formerly been in place since 1923, and this proved effective for the soldiers who needed money and took matters into their own hands. To this day, 57,034 bounties were claimed in response to the Great Emu Bounty. By December of 1932, the emu War.
So wait, they have a bounty for emus in Australia?
News reporters that were sent by the army.
Like a full-on like bounty system for killing
This
emus?
was sent
What the hell?
overseas to the United Kingdom and America. They were quickly covered up by the Australian government in those overseas countries. This is one of our truly sad moments in Australian history,
Oh
and
shit, you
something
lost
which brings
emus.
great shame to our proud military nation. Thank you for listening. This has been the School of the Air, and please be aware for the dangers that emus pose should you encounter some in the desert.
I don't think we're gonna see any emus out here, to be completely honest. Would be interesting though.
My sweetest baby girl, you mean the world to me. I would follow you across the deepest sea. Your dreams are calling now. I know you just can't stay. I promise you somehow I'll soon be on my way. We might have to be apart for a little while, but even when you're far away, I can see your smile. Your memory comes back to me like a sweet old song. We're long distance, not for long.
I don't know about rock motion about. Probably is.
You're not here, but your sweet voice draws me near, my bright star.
I think it's just an original song, right?
I know that home is where you are.
It's not a bad song. Watch me get a copyright strike for it.
There'll be some lonely nights, we can see them through. It's gonna be alright, 'cause our love is true.
We're 2 hours in now.
My sweetest baby girl.
As long as nothing else goes wrong, we should be able to keep pretty stable.
Wherever you go, my heart will be there. We might have to be apart for a little while, but even when
I sort of wish I had some caffeine on me. I can drink or something, but
your memory comes back like a sweet
Jesus,
old
that's a
song.
great
We're long
repeating.
distance, not for long. You're not here, but your sweet voice draws me near. No, it's true. There's no one else for me but you. My sweetest baby girl, mean the world.
Let's see if we got anything else going. Or just gonna get a small pause on the radio. Oh no, okay, sounds like we're getting a new one. What are we gonna hear next here? Mattress got in front of the all there.
John, I wouldn't doubt that he's got some of the vapor that's going to be used to contribute to the asphalt that's going to go into the rotary here today.
Oh, this is the rotary one. Okay.
Of course, I think that's doable as well, yeah. Today's game is brought to you by Snowy Snow Cones. No one's snowing in the snowies. Go down for ad for ad prepositions are just running wild here. It must be my alphabet soup. 175 for breadsticks on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Kids always eat free. John, double the dump truck down. That's Frosty's Frosts. Available now. See a couple of dump trucks over here. Lawn space is pretty safe right now. Safe lawn space and oh, looks like we're in on Twitter here. Getting a quick tweet sauce here from that's Kelly Beachport from St. Minnesota. Yeah, it's a little known town with no rotaries, curiously. Kelly tweets, "Hey folks, why don't you talk about class for a minute? The lower class, the middle class, and the higher class have different words for the rotary." Looks like she cut off there.
Right, the roundabout. Roundabout, rotary. I don't know what the other word is for it.
Now, John, can I pose a question to you there? It sounds like you may be conflating two neologisms related to various news activities. We do post. Oh, we don't. Someone does. There she is, Jen. I can see her. Public relations manager. We just call her hype girl. So for Donna in Minnesota, she was talking about the class and rotaries. It looks like there's been a retweet by the infamous rotary heir to the rotary family, Charles Rotary. Charles Rotary himself. The station can keep track of all of your travails of love, John. Charles Rotary, actually, he's on the phone line, Charles. Yeah, thanks, John. Are you with me here? Question is if you're with us. He might be on a walkie-talkie. Is that John? John's with me now. Yes, we're on live coverage. What do you hear? Oh, quick interruption. Breaking news. We just had a wide right. Goodbye, Charles. Looks like an Isuzu. Just stay on the line, Charles. Go ahead. Okay, thanks. So as my friend Megan, my Facebook friend that is, yes, it's your publicity page. We understand. Just go ahead. Just ignore him. The upper class call a rotary. It's just part of the shtick. He's just reading copy. I swear. He's not here to ruin your marriage again. Charles? Do we still have
marriages and rotaries?
Okay. Please proceed. Thank you. To review, the upper class call a rotary is he still there? Charles, read the copy. I'm sure I can do that myself. The upper class. Listen, I can't do this.
Listen, I can't do this. I don't know what the hell this is. That's definitely a person making that noise, by the way.
Please hang up and try again. For help, please dial your operator. This is a recording. Yeah, it is.
Get off the head there, please.
Please hang up and try again. If you need help, dial your operator. This is a recording. Charles? We have Charles on email. Charles says, the upper class call it a rotary. What's calling that? Why? With a line of back after this break.
I guess there's a curse. That's what they call the lower path call, apparently.
Pouring peanuts down the drain, they all just get clogged. That's when Garfield came through, because he was licensed for this ad. Hi there, what are you doing?
Something about Garfield.
Yeah, I brought him too. What are you doing? I'm pouring peanuts down the drain, Ollie. I'm a big fan. Listen, I can't get his autograph, can I? Oh.
Pants down the drain or something?
Bubblegum helps. Bubblegum helps us get the peanuts down the drain. Keep away from children. Available in all these areas.
I don't know what that actually said. Is that what I thought it said?
Footwear prohibited. Oh, sorry. Footwear prohibited. I do not fit into these underwear. We do have someone coming from the wide right zone. Not typical. Isn't there something in you that just kind of makes you, that just kind of wants to see that car steer into that one?
They were just one steering for the car. No, are you insane? Yes.
Okay. This is a recording.
Oh, here's that weird scene I was talking about earlier.
I bought my wife sweaters and she stitched them all with a perfect hand. We had our jello and dessert. That's when I realized that my feet hurt.
I'm not sure if that made it louder in credits then, actually.
Here, I'll demonstrate. Okay, I'll do two. No, I know it. I can do two. Kind of a pirate. Yeah, kind of. I went into the British land. My mother said I had a black hand. I sliced her head off. I ate it right. That was the second thing I did tonight.
Still plugged in. I was gonna check them like every once in a while to make sure.
I had a sheepwalker whose name was Dale. I rode him all over the land of the trail. One time we got up the mountain top. Craft and I said stop, stop.
I love just the beeps. Because they can't technically spurs. Because you know it's radio.
Nice. I brought my good little friend old Bill to see if we could see some on the windowsill. He said that was too many syllables, so I crapped on his head and I ate some.
Wait, what? They really are screwing around.
And Bill was my seahorse's name. He had an alligator friend named Phil. Phil and Bill were quite thrilled.
Alligator friend named Phil.
I said stop, stop. The boat stop, stop. And Bill was my seahorse's name.
Is this what it feels like to have a psychosis attack?
I thought they were made of heads. Oh shit. That is the flat that no it's not. Is it? That was the mission. No, they were dump trucks. Alright, we're straight. Figuratively. Bill, my friend, back to a dump truck came and he brought some bread. I thought that I could smear it on my head. I bought my guitar and it was in tune, so we decided to watch a Looney Tunes. That one is the dump truck for sure.
Oh, Fox is having fun.
Google that. Someone look that up on the internet. Oh, yeah, because I'm sure it does not. If you look it up, it's not going to show you what we are talking about. It will show you something completely different. Yeah, do that. And then email Charles at charlesrotary.com. This is the Charles Rotary Podcast. We'll be right back. We're still on. We're off. The big here is that we're not really off.
They're still on.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna hometown.
just waiting for that box to do something wild. You know, I'm thinking for a minute. There's no way you'd ever find a highway this smooth and straight in your life. Unless it was like freshly paved. Like, especially where I'm at. Actually, no, never mind. Because I guess Alberta has some pretty straight highways. And I don't see many potholes in the Central Canada. Jesus. Yeah, Central Canada, you don't really find many potholes. So I guess that this is more on the central end. Yeah, you wouldn't find many. Although you'd think with like the sand and that, it would shift a lot, so it would break down more. I don't believe. I've seen a few of those. I do like how the clouds have just been gradually moving too. That's actually a nice detail. Back on the road. Oh, there's somebody here. Interesting. We actually got somebody in the back of the bus. What the hell? Wild. Oh, they're in VR too. That's actually kind of funny. Enjoy the ride, good sir. No, we left. Wild. I can't believe, wait, I can't believe 2.5 hours in here if you got somebody. That was kind of funny. Ha! Nice. Somebody actually joined it in VR.
So Metalhead or someone outside of that circle who understands it, second group, as opposed to the third one outside who doesn't understand it. The Metalhead and the person outside that's has this unique experience of interpreting it as an evolution of culture, evolution of mythology.
I was not expecting to see somebody in this bus. Ah.
Terrible thing. The same way that the Greeks and Romans got to look at that. Because they're
Interesting. I'm not actually sure if they saw me waving the accelerometer or not. Yeah, let off that edge thing, please, thank you. I'm actually kind of enjoying the radio though. Oh, it sounds like we're actually gonna need a new channel. Cool. What will be a tie? Thanks. I don't think it's actually like using. I think their original song Super Understand, right? I don't think I've ever heard this song anywhere else. Man, it really does have that static though. Actually, not bad. I am enjoying it. Still surprised somebody joined in. Like, what the? That's a first. I mean, I guess I've only played this game like one other time properly. I'm glad I've been checking that mirror, actually. I've sort of been checking it just to see what, like, a bit of who we had in the background, but... Now I'm kind of just glad I did check. No, I'll be completely honest, I actually can't hide chat. Because I'm pretty sure you guys can see the chat window there. For some reason, Desert Bus shows it. Which is kind of weird. It's like the only VR game I've ever seen do that. I mean, at least you guys know I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, not a, this song is actually kind of great. What the hell? I'm glad I have the radio on. Oh, getting another radio station too. Nice. Is that actually a real song?
For a fun little game. I would like you to tell me which of the following English street names have been deliberately mispronounced. Magpie Alley, Swatham Heath Road, Fox Road, Montague Street, Eden Street, Thurlow Street, Darlington Street, Doric Road, Hermit Street, Cherbury Street, Station Rise, Littlebury Road, Camelot Street, Ashburnham Place, Bethwyn Cottages, Summertrees Avenue, Cannon Street, Avondale Rise,
There's the second one,
Benwick
right?
Court, Edison Square, Guildhouse Street, Hungerford Lane, Pitcham Terrace, Wyvern Road, Reed Street, Bear Road, Penfold Street, Cavendish Avenue, Tennyson Court, Glamis Place, Queensdale Place, Chestnut Rise, Sunbury Lane, St. Matthew's Row, Roper Lane, Kinglake Place, Penrose Grove, Chivers Cottages, Selina Road, Digby Crescent, Gofhere Lane, Stackhouse Street, Eastmore Place, Hood Court, Ponder Street, Denbury Close, Axminster Road, Dobbins Court, Dorville Crescent, Duke Street Hill, North East Place, Troy Street, Willicombe Road, Greet Street, Ellesmere Place,
It's Willicombe, not Willicombe.
Shortlands, Egerton Drive, Saxon Road, Castile Road,
That's supposed to be in
Elm
Edmonton.
Road, Bucking Street, Eden Street, Exmouth Street, Starcross Street, Loughman Road, Love Lane, Little Dorrit Court, Peacham Street, Tilson Gardens,
It's got
Fountain
the
Drive,
famous, right?
Conray Street, Ampton Place, Garden Close, Thurberton Street, Glasshouse Walk, Nightingale Grove, Glengall Grove, Reddington Drive, Richmond Mews, Gloucester Way, Pemberton Road, Stukely Street, Ensley Place, Gow Grove, Castlehaven Road, Adderley Street, Picton Place, Wheatley Street, Monmouth Street, Dragon Yard, Mossop Street, Borden Street, Grosvenor Avenue,
Just put a name off like
Fair
every
End,
English road
West
in
Grove,
existence.
Wilton Road, Half Moon Court, Tonsley Street, Wigmore Place, Harleton Street, Harrington Way, Gathorne Street, Stainsbury Place, Minette Road, Hopton Street, Monthorpe Street, Lascombe Street, Horsengroom Court, Hyde's Place, Ivy Walk, Devonport Passage, Wyvern Way, Byland Place, Chesterfield Hill,
Byland
Crescent
Place.
Street, Plunder Street,
Oh,
Niver Road, Bardsley Lane, Lancaster Drive, Landor Walk, Wolf Lane, Redguard Road, Allcroft Passage, Ormond Mews, Duffy Street, Padfield Road, Dunlow Place, Shillingford Street, Lollard Place, Tiptree Street, Broadbent Street, Tarleton Street, Penry Place, 20 Pence Road, Rosemore Street, Dalwood Place, Cressy Court, Winchester Square, Heath Lane, Smallbrook Mews, Saltwell Street, Lucan Street, Malvern Place, Manor Avenue, Hayden Walk, Tyson Passage, Marshall Gardens, Merton Rise, Crescent Row, Buckmaster Road, Mill Gardens, Moorish Road, Swanfield Street, Glegg Place, Kingley Court, Newton Grove, Cecilia Road, Spreemont Place, Haringham Road, Lord North Street, Oakley Gardens, Ordnance Hill, Eden Row, Parkfield Road,
So many
Waverley
Edens.
Crescent, Pear Street, Telegraph Hill, Mersell Road, Cyclops Place, Pratt Walk, Padbury Court, Cleaver Square, Princedale Road, Prospect
What
Vale,
Edens?
Ram Cottages, Grotto Court, Regal Lane, Forest Close, Haggerston Road, Lapswood Walk, Regency Place, Hanging Sword Alley, Birkin Street, Richmond Avenue, Matilda Street, Rochester Walk, Lion Street, Rose Walk, Scriven Street, Wishford Place, Berryman Road, Rutland Walk, Ashfield Street, Leicester Court, St. Rule Street,
Barrington?
Marsley Road,
No.
Southey Road, Priory Terrace, Modbury Gardens, Plough Mews, Stratherden Road, Trinity Crescent, Westcott Road, Grange Street, Saunders Grove, Seaton Place, Eversholt Row, Sunbury Street, Summers Crescent, Ragland Street, Parkway, Garter Yard, Mottingham Station Approach, Starfield Road, Churchfield, Loaf Court, Swan Road, Myrtleberry Street, Winford Cottages, Globe Terrace, Martello Street, Trafalgar Avenue, Buller Square, Ruby Triangle, Darsk Park, Union Walk, Mellis Street, Dickens Square, Bullivant Street, Adelaide Close, Bedford Way, Dunton Road, Hillrise Road, Westbourne Terrace,
They really named
Victorian
off every
Way,
single England
Chillingworth
street.
Road, Sovereign Street, Vine Hill, West Mews, Waterloo Gardens, Oranmore Mews, Belfort Road, Hester Road, Wellington Walk, Inverness Street, Sherlock Mews, Bourne Street,
I'm waiting for another
Street,
unit.
Weston Walk, Bard Road, Kennings Way, Horse Yard, Foregate Street, Calderwood Street, Fortress Walk, Willow Way, Dryden Street, Wilton Yard, Killick Street, Dunbar Place, Bacon Grove, Bloomfield Road, Woodstock Grove, Dunmaiston Mews, Armory Way, Tavistock Street, Boundary Road, Berkeley Square, Watling Street, Ramsey Street, Halton Road, Cobble Lane, Sheringham Road, Penn Road, Moriarty Place, Tabley Road, Royal Avenue,
Moriarty and
Blackland
Sherlock.
Lane,
Jesus.
Lakeside Drive, Zealand Street, Yew Grove, Inkwell Close, Edenhurst Avenue, Hale Lane, Camelot Street, Lacey Road, Maiden Road, Ironside Close, Caraway, East Ferry Road, Tedworth Gardens, Ockley Road, Gateside Road, Felbridge Road, Lakenheath, Old Park Lane, East Way, Paddock Road, Taunton Avenue, Calverton Road, Knights Walk, Grayling Road, Lever Street, Oxley Road, Viscount Drive, Emery Hill Street, Hinstock Road, Inworth Street, Merry Hill Close, Transome
Some of these are just
Square,
barely made up,
Horncastle
right?
Road, Ulrich Avenue, Martock Gardens, Oveck Close, Upper Richmond Road West, Castle Bar Road, Ivy Mount Road, Petley Road, Vixen Mews, Devonish Road, Jewel Road, Quick Road, Thriftwood, West Ella Road, Elmcroft Gardens, Kingwood Road, Ringlet Close, Yukon Road, Scarborough Road, Maddock Way, Arnett Square, Grattan Road, Nutbrook Street, Tuscar Street, Hoppet Road, Yukon Street, Deacon Way, Belvedere Drive, Pure Lake Mews, Tayport Close, Buckrell Road, Darblay Street, Cuthbert Road, Morden Lane, St. Swithin's Lane, Evandale Road, Jeffreys Walk, Zander Court, Vestry Road, Longstaff Crescent, Ashton Road, Glazebrook Close, Junction Place, Parish Lane, Lighterman Mews, Raveley Street, Ellery Street, Addington Square, Wise Lane, Templar Drive, Hever Croft, Parkwood Mews, Silvermere Road, Castletown, and North Cross Road. Did you catch how many were mispronounced? Well done. Bonus points if you also spotted how many of these places are in fact in London. Tune in next time for the exciting...
Okay, so they're not all in
American
London. I was about to
version.
say, like, that's weird. I don't know how many of those were actually pronounced correctly, I'll be honest. I mispronounce things. Oh, my most famous mispronunciation, I think at one point was, instead of Renekton, it was Rednekton.
Origami with Kim.
Hey, Origami!
We'll be making a paper crane. I hope you have fun with this, as it can make an interesting hobby or something to do.
Anyone want to make a paper crane? Listen along.
Origami is something that's best done on your own, as such mentioned hobby, since it's origami and not you or anyone else.
Good.
Step 1.
Feed the boys and
Find
the
a
stars
blank square
all
of
lunch.
paper.
Just throw each other.
This works is if you use a paper that is completely square and suggested sizes of 4x4, 6x6, or 8x8.
I think they do a frog too.
Alternate sizes include 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, and 9x9. The first thing you will want to do is to turn your paper with one end facing towards you and the opposite end facing away from you, much like a baseball diamond if you were standing behind home plate. Now, take the top part of the paper and pull it directly down to the bottom corner. Create a crease line just strong enough that you can see it, but not so strong as to rip the paper. Open the paper back up. Grab the left corner of the paper and match it to the right corner of the paper and create another crease, as we mentioned before. We should note here that this can also be done by matching the bottom to the top and the right to the left if you want to reverse the way in which it was done. Whichever is comfortable for you is the best to do. Now open your paper back up. You'll now want to turn your paper so it makes a square. Take the top portion of the paper and fold down to the bottom
Been so
portion,
long since I've made more
making a
right?
crease again. Now open the paper.
I think most recent thing was like
The
a
left
boat.
portion
I've got
of the
into a
paper
practice to
and
make
fold
like big
across to
boats
the
all the
right
time.
portion of the paper.
So what we would do in high school would be
As I stated
we
before,
take sticky notes,
this can be
make
done
paper
top
boats
to
out of them,
bottom or bottom to top,
and then we put them in
to
each
right
other's
or right
hoods
to left.
and see how long it would take and how many get into somebody's hood before they notice.
Open your paper.
I think their record was like somebody managed to get like 7 big boats in somebody's
You'll
hood
have
before
a
they
paper
noticed them.
with many creases in it. What you want to do is to fold the top corner of the paper down to the bottom while folding in the
The other ones that I've done is I've done an expanding ninja star, like it goes from like a ninja star into a
When you're
disc.
done, you'll have a piece of paper
That was always
resembles
fun one to
a
do.
kite. When you have a paper that
Get your
resembles
brain.
a kite,
I don't know if I remember how to do the little
top
gift
flap
box
to
correctly
the middle
still.
crease.
Because there was a gift box
It'll
to
make it
do.
so that the lower right edge of the line lines up with the crease, as so.
The hat that turns into a fifth. I
Fold down
sort
the
of
top
remember
corner
that
to
one.
make
I
a
don't know if I
crease
can actually do
lie
it.
along the horizontal line created by your first step. This will create a triangle inside your paper.
I'm pretty sure I can still do a
Now,
crane from
you
memory.
want
if
to
it's good with
unfold
this.
the last 3 folds. It's very important that you unfold the last 3 folds and no more than 3. After you do this, you'll return to having a square with an opening that faces down. You want to fold the bottom corner of the square up along the horizontal crease from the previous steps to the top corner. Reverse the 2 creases on the upper flap by folding it in the opposite direction that it naturally folds.
Maybe I'll see if I can make a crane action stream. I'll post it on the socials and all of this store later. That would be fun.
You'll now bring the outer edges of the paper into the middle and flatten it. This creates a diamond shape.
Maybe I'll just see how many of them I can
much like
remember
the
how to do.
diamonds used in the original Land of the Lost.
Wait, what
Turn the
Land of the
paper
Lost?
over, rewind this tape, and repeat steps 6 through 9.
Yeah, it's like set tape over again at some point.
If you're not done with that, please take more time. If you still need more time, feel free to pause the tape and hit play when you're ready.
Okay. Well, I mean...
Good. I'm glad we're together on this. Now fold the outer edges of the diamond to the middle of the crease. Next, you'll want to fold the right flap over to the left.
Well, what is it? Rewind the
Kind
tape
of like you
and
turn
repeat
a
it like
page
4 more
of a
times.
book. Good job. Now turn over the shape and repeat on this side. Then fold the right flap to the left again. We'll give you a moment to get caught up. If you're not caught up at this point, please feel free to pause the tape and hit play when you're ready.
Oh, so it's so damn.
Good work. We're almost there. Now fold the bottom tip of the flap up to the top corner, turn over, and repeat on the other side. Fold the right flap over to the left. Again, do this as you turn the page of a book. Now, turn over and repeat on the back. Now the head and tail are nestled between what will become the wings. Isn't that interesting? To create
Yeah, I wish I
that
had that book we had in the
fold the
library, my
wings
old
down
school. There was like 100
so
different
that they are
origami
perpendicular
folds
to
that
the
you could
bottom.
do.
Now you'll see
Some of them
that
were really
they're
advanced
out.
too. But then some of them were like really like funny toys. Like we had
The
I think
head
it was like a
can be made
basketball
by
launcher and
folding
like the
the
hoop.
tip down.
Like the catapult and a hoop that you could shoot it to.
The tail can also be folded down for a slightly more festive look, although it is suggested that the tail be folded much further down than the head. Now pull the head and tail out so that they line up with the outer edge of the body. At this point, you can fold the wings out to both the left and the right. You will also see a hole in the bottom of the crane. This allows you to blow into the hole and blow up your
Got no
crane
rhythm.
for a fun 3D look. And that is how you make a paper crane.
Wait, hold up. Do they not have you fold in the top? Interesting. Huh. Then again, I guess different forms, big different shapes, right?
Next, on Origami with Kim, we will make a jumping frog. This
This
may
thing.
be slightly more advanced than the other paper crane. As such, it uses a different sized paper.
I'd actually say that I'd argue the frog is less advanced.
You want to start with a rectangular sheet of paper.
Can I be 100% honest?
This can be done by using a paper that is 2 by 2 on top and bottom, 6x6 on left and right, commonly referred to as 2x6.
Why not just use a
Paper can be used
8 by 11
such
pen?
as 3x7, 4x8, or even 5x9. The main purpose of this paper is that it must be rectangular. Step 1. Place your paper with the long sides, the 6x6 sides, moving away from you. So you will have a 2x2 side next to you and at the furthest point away. Make your first crease by folding the paper in half left to right. You'll want to press down and create a crease, but not so strong as to rip the paper. Once you're done with this, fold your paper back open so that you can see your crease. Again, this can be done left to right or right to left, depending on your personal preference. Now, looking at your paper from a triangle, grab the top right triangle and fold evenly down to the left side of the page. Please note, this will not go down to the bottom left of the page since we're working with a triangle but not a square. If it was a square, it would match up evenly. This will not. Create a crease along your new fold line, following the instructions for creating a crease.
So I guess I should make a frog and make an organic brain, right?
Open your paper and do the same with the other corner. Again, these corners are interchangeable, so feel free to have some fun with it and make it your own by doing whichever corner you'd like to do first. Now, open up your paper. Looking at your triangle, you will see you have 3 lines, one going from left to right, one going from top to bottom, and a third one going from right to left. As you look at these lines, you will see that they intersect at a point in the middle
Oh, I
of
see
the
what you're
page
doing.
left to right, but in the top third of the page going top to bottom. You will take the top of your paper and move it down to create a 4th crease intersecting that center point.
I guess somebody who's used to doing origami, this
Our
sounds
last step,
confusing
this will
actually.
not go all the way down to the bottom of your page.
Oh wow, the shadow
Roughly fold
makes
over
sense.
a
That's
third
kinda
of the
cool.
page to cover up the second third, leaving a bottom third open.
I wasn't expecting to put that in shadows.
Now open your page.
So crane and frog is what I
Now,
need to make.
looking at
Got
your
it.
page as a triangle with many, many intersecting lines, you will take the line we just created on the left and right side and pull that in to the center, moving down the page. When you do so, this will give you a piece of paper that looks somewhat like a house, with a bottom third of the page as a single block and a triangle above it with paper folded on the inside. I'll give you a moment, if you don't have this look, to go back and try the first few steps again. If you need
Was
more
there actually a
time,
dick in the
feel
ground
free
there?
to pause this tape here, rewind as necessary, and play again.
So the ground is kind of raised.
Good. Now,
Interesting.
fold the uppermost triangles up to the top point. then fold the sides into the center line. When you're done, this will give you a look of a triangle on top of two pillars. Now fold the bottom of the paper towards the end until it sits in the center of the top diamond. Once again, we have a piece of paper that looks somewhat like a house.
Can I like automatically turn on my highlights, or
Now fold the same part, the
my
house
beams,
part,
or whatever I'm supposed to turn on?
that's downwards in half. Turn it over, and your jumping frog is finished.
So I assume stuff's gonna set before we
You will
get
be
there,
able
right?
to pull down his arms in front and simply tap on his buttocks to make him jump.
On his buttocks.
And for our last origami with Kim, we're going to do one for the kids.
Do you mean the front was for the
Again, with
kids?
a rectangle piece of paper. As a refresher on sizes, this could be a 2x5, 3x7, 4x8, 5x9, or other rectangular size.
I was gonna say, you said 2x6 the first
We'll
time.
Hold the piece of paper so the short end, 2x2, is both against you and away from you, with the long ends being a 5x5,
Okay.
7, or 9 by 5, meaning 5 inches on the left, 5 inches on the right. Fold your paper in half left to right and make a crease.
Fair
Be
plan.
careful when making your crease not to make your crease too strong as to rip the paper, but you do want to make the crease strong enough as to be able to see the crease when unfolded.
Understandable.
Unfold your paper. Again, as in previous origami, you can do this left to right or right to left in this scenario. You should do it as your heart desires. Now, looking at your square, fold the top to the bottom. In step 3, you'll now fold the top corners down to the center line. You'll start to see the classic look of a hat. Now take the bottom edge
Oh! Are they making a boat?
and fold up to the base of the triangles. This will create one half of your hat.
Okay, I guess
Fold
it's
this
technical
up
now,
again
but
and make a crease. Turn the model over and repeat steps 4 and 5 on the other side. We'll give you a moment.
yeah, the way this one sounds, I think I can do a more proper
Were
one.
you able to complete the steps? If so, great. If not, please take a moment to pause the tape, go back and complete steps 4 and 5 on both sides, and then press play on the tape again. Now hold on, we're almost ready for any birthday fun with step 7 and our final step.
Big sum.
You are now looking at a piece of paper with a triangle and a long rectangle on the bottom, which looks similar to a paper hat. In this final step, open out the hat to shape it. Your hat is now finished. Congratulations. I hope that you have had fun with Origami with Kim, and will come back next week
okay.
and many
when I do that one, I'm gonna do it the proper way. Because
origami adventure.
it works that way, but there is a better way to make that, and it's essentially the boat method. And it's to prevent it from just... Because the triangle is so hard.
Leon received 3 armies for occupying 11 territories. Leon placed 3 armies in China.
They're playing
Leon
this, by
attacked
the way.
India from China with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 6, 5, and 5. Trent rolled 6. Leon lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 2 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 5 and 1. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Leon moved 2 armies into India. Leon ended his attack and drew a card.
That's another thing I would be a
Leon
true vote flying. It's playing
with
risk.
1 army from Irkutsk to Kamchatka. Turn 9, Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories and 2 armies for controlling Australia. Garth placed 5 armies in Argentina. Garth attacked Peru from Argentina with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 5, 3, and 1. Trent rolled 4 and 1. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 6, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 6. Garth lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 3, and 3. Trent rolled 3 and 1.
Yes,
Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Garth rolled 6, 2, and 1. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Garth moved 6 armies into Peru. Garth attacked Venezuela from Peru with 3 armies. Mark
Well, this
defended
is an
with
interesting
1
way
army.
to hear and or listen
Garth
to
rolled
a
6, 4, and 1.
game of risk.
Mark rolled 6. Garth lost 1 army. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army.
Did the graphics like upgrade or
Garth
something?
rolled 6, 4, and 3.
Or is it just the
Mark
lighting?
rolled 2. Mark lost 1 army. Garth moved 4 armies.
I feel like the
into
graphics
Venezuela.
are better. So,
Garth ended his attack and drew a card. Garth did not fortify. Turn 10, Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories. Trent placed 3 armies in Central America. Trent attacked Venezuela from Central America with 3 armies.
I don't know why the graphics
Garth
are looking
defended
better.
with 2 armies. Trent rolled 4, 4, and 1. Garth rolled 5 and 5. Trent lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 6, and 2. Garth rolled 1 and 1. Garth lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 3, and 2. Garth rolled 6 and 2. Trent lost 1 army, and Garth lost 1 army. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 1 army.
I do like that the
Five,
shadows are
five,
just going
three.
through the bus.
Garth rolled 3. Garth lost 1 army. Trent moved 5 armies into Venezuela. Trent ended his attack and drew a card. Trent did not fortify. Turn 11, Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories.
Mark over
has
here.
3 armies in East Africa. Mark attacked Congo from East Africa with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 2, 2, and 2. Garth
I'm just imagining they play like actual
Mark
game of
lost
Risk
2 armies.
and then just
Mark
took like a
attacked
log of
Western
all the
Europe
moves
from North Africa
and all the dice
with
rolls,
3
and then they just have some guy.
Leon defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 6, 5, and 4. Leon rolled 4. Leon lost 1 army.
Like they just legitimately
Mark
were
moved
just
3
playing
armies
like
into
Risk
Western Europe.
out of nowhere.
Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 2 armies from Western Europe to North Africa. Turn 12, Leon. Leon received
So what's
3
with the
armies
whale?
for occupying 11 territories. Leon placed 3 armies in India. Leon attacked Middle East from India with 3 armies. Garth defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 3, 3, 3. Garth rolled 4. Leon lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies.
So I was waiting for it to go
Garth
dark. I mean,
defended
not
with
it's
1
gone dark.
army.
After it's gone dark.
Leon rolled 5, 4, and 1. Garth rolled 2. Garth lost 1 army.
I feel like
Leon
the graphics
moved 3
did
armies
update
to
though.
Middle East. Leon ended his attack and drew a card. Leon fortified by moving 1 army from Afghanistan to Middle East. Turn 13. Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories, 2 armies for controlling Australia, and 4 armies for trading in 3 cards. Garth placed 2 armies in Indonesia,
You got
7
90s at
armies
some point?
in Brazil. Garth attacked Venezuela from
Place the
Brazil
bus,
with 3
maybe.
armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 5, 5, and 2. Trent rolled 4 and 3. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies.
All the way to the back.
Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 5, and 2. Trent rolled 6 and 3. Garth lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 4, and 2. Trent rolled 5 and 2. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth moved 5 armies into Venezuela. Garth ended his attack and drew a
I
card.
don't know if I will.
Garth did not fortify. Turn 14, Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories. Trent placed 2 armies in Central America and 1 army in eastern United States. Trent attacked Quebec from eastern United States.
Knock
with
it
3
back.
armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Trent rolled 5, 5, and 4.
Depending on what army makes sense.
Mark rolled 1. Mark lost 1 army. Trent moved 3 armies into Quebec. Trent ended his attack and drew a card. Trent did not fortify. Turn 15, Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories, 6 armies for trading in 3
That really
cards,
is screwed though.
and 2 armies.
It's probably better in VR because you don't have the weird fish lens effect.
Mark
but that
received 2
is
armies in
That is
2 armies
amazing in that color.
and 7 armies in East Africa. Mark attacked Egypt from East Africa with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 5, 2, and 2. Trent rolled 6 and 1.
I actually didn't realize time shift in
Mark
this.
lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies.
Oh, so we did kind of
Trent
crossing
defended
over.
with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 1, and 1. Trent rolled 6. Mark lost 1 army.
I don't know.
Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 3, and 2. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Mark moved 10 armies into Egypt. Mark attacked Middle East from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 6, 5, and 1. Leon rolled 5 and 3. Leon lost 2 armies.
So the sun hasn't actually gone all the way down.
Attacked with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 1, and 1.
With the angle of the sun's at, I imagine we're kind of racing against it.
Mark lost 2 armies.
But eventually it will go down because of the angle.
Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 4, 4, and 1. Leon rolled 4 and 4. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 5, 5, and 3. Leon rolled 5 and 5. Mark lost 2 armies.
God damn, Mark is
Mark
losing.
attacked Great Britain from Northern Europe with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 3, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 1. Mark lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Mark attacked Great Britain from Scandinavia with 1 army.
I feel like there's even more
Trent
fog out.
defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 6. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Mark moved into Great Britain with 1 army. Mark attacked Southern Europe from Northern Europe with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 4, 2, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 4. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark attacked Middle East from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies.
Man, so many attacks. What the hell, man?
Mark rolled 5, 2, and 1. Leon.
I feel like this is how you get yourself
5.
wiped.
Mark
after a
lost
bit.
2 armies. Mark attacked Southern Europe from North Africa with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 3, and 2. Trent rolled 3 and 3. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies.
Mark's gonna lose here.
Mark rolled 6, 5, and 4. Trent rolled 3 and 2. Trent lost 2 armies.
Mark's playing too
Mark
aggressive, I
moved
think.
4 armies into southern Europe. Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 1 army from northern Europe to Ukraine. Turn 16. Leon. Leon received 4 armies for occupying 12 territories.
What about Mark and Leon?
7 armies for controlling Asia. 8 armies for trading in 3 cards. And 2 armies for trading in Irkutsk. Leon placed 2 armies in Irkutsk, 1 army in Kamchatka, 4 armies in Siam, 8 armies in Middle East, 5 armies in Afghanistan, and 1 army in Ural. Leon attacked East Africa from Middle East with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army.
Yes, we play it.
Leon
Kick
rolled
Mark's
6,
ass.
3, and 2. Mark rolled 3. Mark lost 1 army. Leon moved 3 armies into East Africa. Leon ended his attack and drew a card. Leon fortified by moving 2 armies from East Africa to Middle East.
That's fair.
Turn 17. Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories, 2 armies for controlling South America, and 2 armies for controlling Australia. Garth placed 4 armies in
Nobody's getting that
Venezuela
Australia.
and 3 armies in Brazil. Garth attacked North Africa from Brazil with 3 armies.
So I'm gonna be honest, I feel like if you're in
One
Australia and you have control of
Garth
Australia,
rolled 6, 4, and 1.
you can really abuse that
Mark
position and risk.
rolled 5. Mark lost 1 army.
Does it mean you'll win?
Moved
No.
7 armies into North
But
Africa.
it is a pretty good abusable
Garth ended
position.
his attack and drew a card. Garth did not fortify. Turn 18. Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 8 territories and 10 armies for trading in 3 cards. Trent placed 1 army in Alaska, 4 armies in Central America, and 8 armies in Quebec. Trent attacked Greenland from Quebec with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 5, 3, and 3. Mark rolled 6 and 6. Trent lost 2 armies.
Trent taking
Trent
losses.
continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with
Well, I think it
2
was
armies.
Mark who's going ham.
Trent rolled 3, 2, and 1. Mark rolled 3 and 3.
Nah, kick Mark's ass.
Trent lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 4, and 1. Mark rolled 5 and 4. Mark lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 4, 2, and 1. Mark rolled 6 and 3. Trent lost 2 armies.
Damn, Trent.
Trent ended his attack. Trent did not fortify. Turn 19. Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories and 5 armies for controlling Europe. Mark placed 3 armies in Egypt, 3 armies in Western Europe, 1 army in Southern
Has
Europe,
been only been at this
and
5
1
hours.
army in Ukraine. Mark attacked East Africa from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 4, and 2. Leon rolled 3.
Well, this one's been 3.
Leon lost 1 army. Mark moved 3 armies into East Africa. Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 2 armies from East Africa to Egypt. Turn 20. Leon. Leon received 4 armies for occupying 12 territories and 7 armies for controlling Asia. Leon placed 11 armies in Siam.
Oh, he's about to go attack
Attacked
somebody.
Indonesia from Siam with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled 5, 4, and 3. Garth rolled 4 and 1. Garth lost 2 armies. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled 4, 4, and 4. Garth rolled 4 and 3. Leon lost 1 army, and Garth lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled.
Oh, I guess we're getting a new channel. I was actually enjoying the risk.
Right on page 48. Still lots of fun shapes on this page left to color in. In the top left corner, there's a little diamond shape. I'm going to use my periwinkle on this one.
Oh god, we're going with the weird names, fresh colors, periwinkle.
Looking over the page, I see many identical diamond shapes. I'm going to fill those in as well.
Just subby color and sub ASMR.
There we go. Always careful to stay in the lines. And next to that first diamond in that upper left corner, there's some ovals on what appears to be a large wing, maybe? Well, whatever it is, I'm going to fill it in with the inner ovals with my medium fire orange color. What is that? There's this one. Or did I actually want this one?
There's only one fire orange, unless you're talking about scarlet.
That's second.
Or unless you're going to red orange. I don't think my stream's cut. So, go for 5 hours. I can't see OBS right now.
Over here.
Watch this random picture go up for some reason in the bus. I'm kind of surprised it's so off layout. Yeah, again, I guess it isn't like an immediate darkness either when you're out and about. Well, sometimes it can feel like it.
I just want that to be a little bit darker. I'm going to go over it one more time.
25 hours later, it says like 6 p.m. my time. Ish. Hey, it'll be about 6:30. Already done my video for today, so I'm sure I'm going 8-hour drive.
Now, around each of these ovals is a slightly larger oval. Now for these, I will use a slightly lighter shade of orange, and I think I'm going to choose
What is this, some Mardi Gras mask or something?
Full orange. It's my favorite shade of orange.
trouble. Coloring and stuff, they can be on trouble.
Now here's a fun shape. Now looking underneath the first diamond, there's a heart shape behind it. So this one's a bit more complicated. For the outer part of the heart, I will use my fire truck red. For the inner heart, probably bismuth pink. And finally using the baby pink for the little rays of love coming out of the inner heart shape. Now while I'm at it, I'm just going to go ahead and fill in all the rest of the hearts as well.
That sounds like such a weird image. But what in the world are they drawing? Or coloring in? What is this, the Care Bears? But she's giving them all like evil eye, red eyes.
Get the angle of this just right.
Now I really want to see this. Coloring ASMR though. I should totally put this later and send this to Flory. Be like, Flory, this is you. Oh, what if I post Friday? Because actually, I don't know if we are good this Friday or not. Whoops. Oh, we never after this 2 days later, because I'm actually not sure.
There, it's really starting to come together now. Well, here's an easy one. I'm going to go ahead and color in all the star shapes that are used all over the page. For this, I'm going to use the aptly named Starry Yellow.
This has to be some Care Bears thing, right? Like hearts that have shiny things out of it, stars. I mean, ignoring the diamond circle or ovals, but like. It just sounds crazy to me.
I'm going to go back in with my metallic gold colored pencil.
Oh, very
Some
fancy.
shading. Little dull. Let me just sharpen that.
So what's your grab that book? Is it behind us there?
I'll make that
starting to
first
come on.
part in the upper left, there's some kind of tendril shape over it. It's partially obscuring that heart. I'm choosing incredible green.
Tendril snake shape and snarling a heart. What is this? Okay. Nah, is this Care Bears or is this freaking like. What the hell? Okay, it looks like I do have my lights on. Maybe I won't go full night. Fine, we're good.
1, 2,
Wait off
3,
yet.
4, 5, 6, and 7 more tendrils around our picture. Using that same incredible green, I'm going to color the rest of the vine-ish shapes now.
This is such a weird drawing kind of here.
Almost done. We just need to... Oops, it looks like I missed one of those little diamond shapes. Let's see, I think that was baby blue. Let's fill this guy in.
They better post this image somewhere. Come on, I want to see this.
No, that doesn't look right. Oh, you know what? It was my periwinkle. Take out my trusty eraser. Okay, now we're going to use the right color. Periwinkle. I can't believe I made that mistake.
Oh no, it's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine.
Much better. Now that all of the little shapes are colored in, I'm going to color in the background. Now, the background is the negative space that surrounds us all. Of course, this should be really, really dark. I'll use my blackest blue for this. Where did I put that?
I feel defaulted purple, to be completely honest. Like the darkest purple you would have had. But I guess blue technically does the same job. So either a blue or an indigo or a purple would work. But I think more on the indigo purples area would have been better. Personally speaking. I mean, I love the color, but the inside of the game too, though. That drawing, however, I don't know. I can't see with my own eyes, so I don't know what it looks like. welcome in.
Almost done.
We are 3 hours, 40 minutes into our drive from, oh no, we're going to Las Vegas, right? Tuscan, Nevada to Las Vegas,
That's it.
I think.
Oh, now I see
Tuscan,
it.
Tuscan, Arizona to
Turns out, that's a
Las
picture
Vegas,
of a
Nevada,
cat
right?
and a unicorn flying through the night sky.
Why does it look like I'm
Okay.
drunk? I'm not drunk. I don't think you should
Wow.
be drunk. Oh,
Well,
Um,
39 is next.
so the lens
Let's
effect that's
start with the
going
top
on.
left
So
corner, as usual.
the way the game
So in the top
renders,
left corner,
and it's the same reason why chat
I
is
see a
showing
flower
here,
shape,
is
and
it
a
shows both
shape,
eyes
and a color
simultaneously, and I can't pull a regular look from one eye. So the fisheye effect, because I had to stretch the original game so that it actually fit the screen with only one eye.
Hello, welcome to another edition of Classical Music Moment.
Yeah, unfortunately this game did not allow me to like Steam VR view or anything like that. I would try to get OpenXR working with it, but here we are.
We're going to listen to one of my personal favorite works from the New World, the Ninth Symphony of Dvorak.
For me it looks fine,
Specifically on
but
the second movement.
yeah, no, understandably
Now,
the
you know, this
desktop,
work was written at the end of the 19th century, specifically
the desktop window does not let me play nice with OBS.
Dvorak is a Czech composer. At the time, he was living in New York. He was
But I mean,
director
hey, it's the
at
2017
Conservatory
game.
of Music of America. That
Other
school
games do I play?
existed from 1885
I
to
mean,
1950.
VR wise,
Dvorak
I've got.
served only a number
I mean,
of
I've
years
played
and
Pistol Whip, which
but,
reminds me I need to go edit out
1893.
a run from
This
yesterday
glorious
night.
work. Now it's been said
Beat
that,
Saber.
early on, Dvorak
I've
was
got
playing
Pavlov VR, but I haven't
based
played
on
it in a
American
while.
folk songs, though he later retracted that. I'm not aware of any specific.
Like I got quite a few VR games that I do have in my library. I just haven't played them in a while.
Dvorak is a master of melody. Everywhere we find
PC
songs
wise,
that could be folk songs.
I mean, I've been playing a lot of Warframe again lately. CCZ.
Songs that lift one's spirit.
I have played in Sorcery.
Yes.
Again, haven't played it in a while. I kind of
Blessed day. Every day.
ran into some issues with enemies. I don't
we have music in our lives.
I don't know if it's my computer that's doing it, but I seem to have like a bug with them
With you.
on my end where they like
Normally,
eat themselves
we like to
pretty
take our
hard.
time and discuss the works before we listen. Today,
Honestly, I haven't played it in a
get
while.
right into it. This work is so beautiful. I think we should hop right in. Nonetheless,
More than likely, yeah.
you know, our motto here at Classical Music Moment is an informed listener is an informed listener. And in that spirit,
Unfortunately, I don't really play a lot of
short introductory remarks
Blade Sorcery, to be completely honest. I think I played a lot of it when it first came out,
to start.
and
Let's state the obvious. This
I think I might have played it again recently just for the hell of it,
real treat.
but
Structurally, from the broad view, is a very simple piece. A, B, A form. A classical form, you'll forgive me. However, the devil is in the details.
I honestly couldn't tell
Into
you.
this piece a bit more. We'll
This
discover
radio is about the only thing that you
just
have
underneath of that
for
simplicity
this whole
is a
8-hour drive that I've got to do.
techniques, and
I also never played, but I
movements.
don't think I've played Bone Lab before.
Compositional restraint, as you shall see.
Oh yeah, no, this is an 8-hour drive,
Dvorak
like
is,
IRL hours,
this
100%.
is a late
That
19th
is currently the
century
time on
we
this
can
drive.
expect to see
We have like
sorts of
another
devices
4 hours,
fine
15 minutes of it.
19th century music. There is a tendency to favor plagal cadences over more traditional cadences. There is a
We
strong
gotta keep the
emphasis
bus
on
straight and
third.
go.
As I like to say, Dvorak uses thirds like Haydn uses fifths. I know you're all
Nope.
joking about that one.
You have a whole tank,
Let's dive
you just
right
drive.
in. This work begins.
It yanks itself to the right,
Now,
so you
I
gotta keep the
suspect
wheel steered,
the context of the
To
full
the
symphony,
left.
Of course, we would have been listening to the first movement, and I think
and you let go of it,
first
you
few
steer to the
minutes
right, and if
are
you pull off to the
more
side
transition
too far on
and
either
like
side, it will tow you all the way back
material of the second movement.
in the same amount of time that you've been taking
Begin with
driving.
brass fanfare. Now I'm going to read the names of these chords to you so that you'll understand with me just how
shocking some of these transitions are. The piece is in the key of D flat major.
Yeah, no.
The very first chord that we will hear is
I want to see if I can actually make the whole 8 hours.
What is E major in the key of D flat?
You win. There's literally no achievement for
In
this.
fact, it would be
It is just the sense of achievement that you go for 8 hours from Tuscan to Los Angeles or wherever the hell we're going. Las Vegas, I think.
Now you're thinking to yourself, E to B flat, that's a tritone, and yes, you're right, that is a dramatic shift in harmony. It is softened somewhat by the bass, which instead of leaping the tritone,
It is only the Satan
presses down
insanity.
by a whole step to land on B.
I mean, the game was originally a charity game.
Then we return to E.
The Desert Bus for Hope or whatever it
Now
is.
on the fourth chord, we have a
That's what they
flat
originally released it
triad.
for.
This is the first time we've heard the tonic of the piece.
So,
however, at this point,
I mean, it's
we don't
free
know
on
that it's the
Steam.
tonic of the piece.
I have been sort of enjoying it so far.
Get a
We listened to a Ritz play, like I played somebody playing Ritz.
followed by a G.
We had some origami earlier. Somebody listened to Pi.
D flat major.
What
We'll
else
talk
did we listen
more about
to?
the B double flat.
They were listing off like a bunch of UK streets. That was another portion of
Skipping
it.
past that, we get to the G flat minor chord in the key of D flat. This is a borrowed.
I don't have the long drive now, unfortunately.
It's minor 4/1. Really, it's a striking movement, and keep that in mind because we'll hear that particular motion come back later on in the piece too.
Although I feel like I've seen
Now we
gameplay
arrive
of
at
it
measure
before,
We have a
but I'm not
couple
too
of
sure.
bars where the strings just lay out that tonic chord, giving us a chance to savor and adjust to the fact that we have now arrived in the key of E flat. And there, as if off in the distance, you will hear solo English horn state our melody. La, da, da, dee, dee, da, la, da,
Taking musical lessons out here.
See, as I said, Dvorak is a master of melody. This could be a folk song. This
Good.
could be a nursery song. In fact, it features, this is interesting, as you radio audience well know, my wife is a researcher in music education, and she once pointed out to me
Yeah, no, I mean, I've just been
children's
kind of
songs
chilling with the radio. We did fail once, like 2 hours in earlier,
scale the motion.
so I just quick reset it.
So, mi,
But,
so, mi.
That's why we're like 5 hours
Lots of
or
melodies
I guess 6 hours of the stream now. Is we failed halfway through, or
Now,
we
why
failed
is
the
it
quarter
so
way
many
through our
children's
first
songs
run.
through this interval? We cannot quite say. I suspect it might be easier for young voices to traverse the minor third than it would be for them to traverse the major third if we were to do
Yeah.
like the more expected.
Kind of waiting for like the sun to completely set at this point. It looks like we do have headlights, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Starting here in the 7th bar, that English horn solo. Now the sonorities here are quite simple. First bar, giant 1 chord, as the melody is mi so so mi re do. The second bar.
now I am lucky. I have my headset plugged in currently, so I have a USB-C cable running at the back, just to a charger on the wall.
That D flat. Just continue in the bass.
So I mean, it's not like I gotta worry about my headset dying on me.
Now something really surprising happens here. In the
I
9th
haven't
bar,
seen
the
a
first
tumbleweed
chord
in a
is
while.
as we would expect, the 1 chord. The second chord, something surprising happens actually. We get A flat from the 1 chord, moving it chromatically to an A natural. Now this always causes a dilemma for the analyst, because we have a tone that's outside of the key signature. And so we always
Honestly, I don't think I've ever had this
especially
solo focus
since
outside of
it's
like
treated
a
as
mining
passive
in
tone. We land
Minecraft, I
on this
swear.
A natural and stay on it for a full 2 beats.
Speaking of which, I really gotta
Full 2 beats is
get back in the Greg
quite
Tech
a long time,
properly.
you can imagine. So
I think last time I left off, I built my LV setup, but I actually need to like get the assembler and get
brighter,
Twilight
sharper,
Forest finally.
in this case moving from flat to natural.
But Greg
Raise
Tech,
a pitch.
Greg Tech.
Generally our expectation would be that it would continue to rise and we would get to our next stable chord tone or key tone moving up. And that is what happens here. That A natural does eventually resolve up to the B flat. Now you might think, okay,
if we have an A natural resolving up to B flat, that sounds like a secondary dominant. We probably expect that we're going to have an F7 chord moving to the B flat minor 7. However, we don't have C natural. Dvorak denies us C natural and instead holds on to the B flat. Now that gives us a very beautiful turn of events because now we have F, A natural, and B flat, an augmented triad. Augmented triads are dissonant by their nature. They require resolution. And happily, we are given that resolution on the very next bar. I'm going to call this chord Augmented 5 of 6 because it's functioning as an augmented dominant chord leading to that B flat. What's clever here is that as we get to the 10th bar, where we would expect that B flat minor chord, instead given a G flat major chord. So that's very interesting. If we had an F augmented 5 chord, it resolves.
Even though I've done so many Shazam covers, I don't understand this whole mumbo jumbo.
Now we have a very common cadential formula.
I might have played Tiffany, so that's just
by the next beat
following rhythm.
chord, finally resolving on 1. Now that closes the first 4 bars of our melody. This is a nice
composition I don't play.
Symmetrical sort of structure here because we have la da da dee dee da la da dee dee da la da dee 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 da la da dee da da. So we have that first bar repeated again at the 3rd bar, and we have the expectation that the second.
That reminds me, I need to actually work on that same cover for my next song.
Now that we finished the first 4 bars,
I do actually have one planned, and I'm already like 90 bars in.
So the bass,
but that's only on like the first part of it.
Get up in the melody, an exploration, let's say, something like.
I do like how it's been going. Like it sounded really great so far, but
I know I've received letters from you before, and I will happily confess to you, I am not blessed with perfect pitch. I have no idea what key I'm singing in, but I do know that it's beautiful, and I know that when you hear it in the recording here in just a few moments, it will be in the key of G flat. Now that little melody that we heard, those that 2-bar statements. La da da dee da 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 dee da da. It's repeated again. La da da dee da 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 dee da da. And all of this over a 4 pedal. So we've now for 4 measures savored the 4 chord, and it resolves to 1 in a plagal cadence. Return to our opening melody. La da da dee dee da. La da dee dee da. I'll stop there because a truly beautiful thing just happened. So the first time we heard this melody, we heard the first bar, 3 rising to 5, and then 3 falling to 1. 3, 5, 5, 3, 2, 1. We heard that again on the repetition 2 bars later. 3, 5, 5, 3, 2, 1. Here, where the melody comes back, first hear that same thing again. 3, 5, 5, 3, 2, 1, and now that's our expectation. But Dvorak twists things on us. Instead of 3 rising to 5 followed by 3 falling to 1, we get 3 rising to 5, leaping up to 1, the higher tonic, and then rising to 3, inverting that second interval. So, la da da la da da. Now reaching the highest note of our melody. While that's happening,
I hate when songs do that in verses and covers.
So as our melody is rising to new heights, our bass, which has frankly been quite stagnant this whole time, either being a pedal on 1 with just slight motions, or the pedal on 4, now we actually get a downward scalar motion. 1, 7, 6, 5, and then it holds that 5 through and through. So, back to our melody. La da da la da dee ya da dee ya da, reaching our point of resolution. This is followed by an echo. We hear the exact same statement again, that last measure. La da dee da da, repeating 4-1, the plagal cadence, and the harmonies supporting that. Then we hear the echo one more time. This time, however, we hear the echo in rhythmic augmentation. So as before, where we had
Rhythmic
dotted eighth note,
augmentation.
16th note, pair of eighth notes, half note. Now we have dotted quarter note, eighth note, pair of quarter notes, whole note. So I'll sing all three parts of that. So la da dee da dum, then the echo la da dee da dum, and then the echo augmented la da dum. We can take that whole exchange there, those three bars, the final statement of the melody plus the two echoes, as a cadential extension to round out that opening phrase. Now when we land at measure 21, for those of you keeping track on your note cards, on measure 21, we've reached the resolution of that final echo, and we get a rising triplet gesture through the registers of the orchestra. Dum, 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 dum. We finally arrive at a D-flat chord and symmetry to the opening chorale that we heard in the brass. Now, initially, you'll recall, we started on an E major chord. This time, however, we've arrived
This is
at
gonna
our
cut off in
D-flat.
like 6 minutes, I bet.
Spoiler alert, at the end of this exchange,
We're not even
we're
gonna
still
hear
going
the
to
music.
E flat. So as before, where we were starting on E and descending the minor third, here we're starting on D flat and remaining on D flat.
Probably
That
copyrighted,
forces
but hey.
Dvorak's hand to rewrite this material a little bit. Now, it begins the same, whereas before we had E followed by B flat, that movement of a tritone that was so alarming. Here we have D flat moving to G, and as before, not a root position G chord, but a G chord in first inversion, so we get that whole step movement in the bass. D flat, G, back to D flat. Now, as before, following the minor third, B flat major chord. The next motion, however, it breaks from what had done before. We follow the B flat chord with a G flat major chord. The G flat major chord is 4 in our key of D flat. That is followed by an E flat minor chord.
I am a little tired, okay? Hold on, Dion.
And one of the voices halfway through that chord, these are half notes, so one quarter note later, the voices that were playing B flat have moved up to C. Now, you might think of this as just a passing tone, and I would forgive you for that. That's a perfectly valid explanation. We could also view this as a C diminished triad, which would be 7 diminished in our key of D flat. I like that explanation because I like the motion of 2 to 7 diminished to 1 as a nice little cadential formula. However, 2 to 1 is a cadence that's acceptable in this period of time. We do see that as a maybe a variation on the plagal motion of 4 to 1, and actually we'll see that motion happen again later in this work. But for now, I'll say E flat, C diminished, finally arriving on the D flat major triad. So we've repeated that opening material, but this time rearranged so that we remain in the key of D flat. There are a couple of measures where we continue to reaffirm the key of D flat. Now, for those of you paying attention at home, we have, this would be bar 25 is when we arrive on the D flat chord, holding through in bar 26. It's not until bar 27 that we get a return of the melody. La da da dee da da. Now you might recognize that as not the opening gesture of the melody, but actually the second part of the melody, which before we heard over a pedal G flat. This time it is presented as a pedal over D flat.
First, it's not what Rock
That's
said,
actually
to
only
be
the
honest.
beginning of the changes. Something truly interesting here.
Like, I know it's
Whereas
suggestive,
before we
but
had a pedal
I figured it'd be what Rock said.
4 chord and a melody that would just repeat itself. La da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da da. Here we have a development of that idea. So we're going to start with that same material, but Dvorak takes it a little further. So la da da dee da da la da dee da da. And the harmonies are changing here. Under that first bar, we had the 1 chord. By the time we get to that second bar, actually we have a shift, and we hear this as maybe a 6 chord. And then repeat. La da da dee da da. Moving to 6. La da dee da da.
Like, chords are fantastic.
Sixth chord.
I will 100% say that. I'm working on it,
This, you'll
but
recognize we've had this
in a lot of cases
third
they can be
gesture,
really
this broken
annoying to
third
actually pull off correctly.
da,
The current method I'm using for this current song is I've got 3 different sets of code that I'm running side by side.
I think I neglected to mention it. We're hearing this in parallel thirds. So
But
thirds, as voices
that
go,
because of that, it's
themselves,
code, the
they're
amount of
also
time it takes to
creating
code it
melodic
is through the roof.
and thirds which are falling. This creates a vagueness of key. When we
No,
expect
I mean, if I had
it's
one of
hard
those
to say
quick auto switchers
when
and all that, I could probably play it a lot
when
better, but
declaration. But I do think we can say that we're starting in the key area of 6.
honestly, it's not really worth it to me to be doing
Either
that
think
kind of
of it as
fancy stuff.
remaining on 6 that whole time, or you can think of it as moving to 3 at the end of that.
Plus, all the time it'd be single notes instead of the actual triples. And I think the way I'm doing it now will sound 10 times better.
Now something interesting. Now we repeat only the last 2 beats. In fact, we have a metric shift here. Dvorak inserts a 2/4 bar. It has otherwise been 4/4 time. Just to repeat that last little gesture. And then we get to one of my favorite measures in the whole work, measure 35, where something really spectacular happens. But before we get there, la da dee da dee da dee da la da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da da. Now, what you can't hear from my single voice is that as we reach that last note, and that is held in the melody, a startling harmonic shift happens in the bass. The first thing that happens is, on the downbeat, we affirm that we are on 6. We have a strong 6 chord in the key of B flat, that is B flat minor. Now, the voice that's playing F moves up to G flat. So that puts us in G flat major. Except we also, at that same moment, have a shift where B flat becomes B double flat. And if that's ringing bells for you, it ought to be, because we have that
I got a sort of instead of getting it by,
double flat
well, we
chord,
hit
the
about
third measure of the work. I promised it would come back, and I
4
always
hour
keep my
mark,
promises.
but
So we move up to the G flat in the voice that was on F,
you
and
already
we
hit it.
move
No,
down to
okay.
B double flat from B flat. That gives us a G flat minor chord. This is minor 4. That's outside of our key, but that's not too far off the mark, since minor 4 is a commonly borrowed chord. But the very next motion is
well, they
even
didn't
more
say anything,
alarming.
so
the voice that has now become G flat divides, and it divides into both an E natural and a G natural. So, my, let's take a quick stock here. So we have a B
maybe
double
it would be
flat,
some point after 4, I don't know.
flat, E natural, and G natural. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, what on earth chord could that be? When we are in this situation, radio audience, it's always best, I say, to try and enharmonic spellings.
Watch it will be tied to this
Harmonics, of course,
radio.
being the idea that a note can have 2 different names. Sort of. So we could have a D flat, we could also call that a C sharp. Now, this is only true in equal temperament. Of course, we are in the age of equal temperament. In other temperaments, those things are not necessarily equivalent, and I suspect that for performers, psychologically, they're still not entirely equivalent. However, it is a common device to do an enharmonic modulation where we arrive on a note from the context of one key, and then in our thinking, shift it to its mirror so that we can recontextualize that chord in a new key. And that's the exact situation I think we have.
Actually,
Or
I
at least
hate
I'm
that
going to
too, because I gotta think so hard about some
So
notes.
instead of B double flat, let's call that A. And instead of D flat, let's call that C sharp. And now if I spell the chord A, C sharp, E, G, well, it's very clear what that chord is, isn't it? Now we're on an A dominant 7th chord. Although, that's its own mystery. What on earth is A dominant 7 doing in the key of D flat? Well, my enharmonic switch might have been useful for identifying the quality of this chord, but it has actually led us further from the truth. Let's go back to thinking about that A as a B double flat. To what note would you expect B double flat to resolve? That's absolutely correct to those of you playing at home. It would resolve down to the A flat. And, if you'll recall, in our middling voices, we had a G natural. G natural is a raised 4 in the key of
or key of D flat, we expect it to rise up to 5.
At all. I'm not
So
following
we
at
expect
all.
a G to go to A flat. So we have a B double flat resolving down to A flat, and we have a G resolving up to A
I
flat.
understand the idea of chords, but I'm not understanding what's
Sorry, B double flat to G. B double flat to G. Spelled that way, we recognize that this is a sixth, but not any sixth, an augmented sixth. And since we have an augmented sixth, and we're outlining what sounds like, feels like a dominant seventh chord, we can finally recognize this chord for what it is. This is a German augmented sixth chord in the key of D flat. The German augmented sixth chord has a traditional resolution. It wants to get to A flat. In fact, it is a strong predominant chord that's setting us up to hear A flat dominant 7. However, you can imagine sliding from A7 to A flat 7. That's just a chromatic downward shift. That would introduce a number of parallels. Most importantly, the parallel fits between the, well, I'm going to go back to calling these A and E down to A flat and E flat. Since those are frowned upon, as we don't want to ruin our sense, our contrapuntal priorities here. Almost always, there's a chord that is inserted between these, and since the 1-6-4 chord is already a
Oh shit, I crashed the game. Oh, that's... Wow. Wow. I got a little over 4 hours in to crash. Damn. I guess it really wasn't meant to be. I don't even know what happened. Huh. Oh, all right then. Yeah, no, I can't do anything about that. That's been a full 6 hours to stream, and of course it crashes out. That's actually so annoying. Ah. Oh, come on. That sucks so much too. All right, we're gonna end it off there. Hey, grab my controller. There we go. Okay. We're gonna end it off there. We tried, guys. We got 6 hours in, and then it crashed on me. We suck so much. All right. I will catch everyone later. Goodbye.